body kick on me, yes it does. My liver inside really happy right now. He said he's gonna quit his job, but I'll change somehow. But I ain't gonna be here all long. Not after it, I'm going. I ain't gonna be here long, long. Ain't gonna be here long. My lungs are all filled with smoking THC. So every time I get to laughing, I start to cough and wheeze. Yes, I do. If I didn't have my cigarette, I'd kill someone. Then it wouldn't matter that the state of Texas won't let me in. I ain't gonna be here long. Not after it, I'm going. I ain't gonna be here long, long. Ain't gonna be here long. But my heart it sure ain't pumping like it used to do. Lord knows I bump a leg and it turns black and blue. Yes, it does. Now they say that it's unhealthy the way that I live. My liver's gone, my lungs are shot, and my heart's about to give. But I ain't gonna let that bother me none. 'Cause I'm drinking, smoking, gun to rebel son. I ain't gonna let that bother me none. Oh Lord, 'cause I'm drinking, smoking, gun to rebel son. I ain't gonna be here long. Not after it, I'm going. I ain't gonna be here long, Lord. Ain't gonna be here long. Ain't gonna be here long. No, not after it, I'm going. I ain't gonna be here long, Lord. So I'm drinking, smoking, gun to rebel son.
And welcome everybody to Fren Report Live. This is Fren Report Live number 9. I am your host, the Walrus. And with me tonight I have Jamie Borch.
Hello.
I have Air Raid Siren.
Oh, there we go. Howdy.
And I have Steve Z.
What's happening?
All right. And tonight we will be featuring in the slideshow some art by Carrie Fren. If you all know who she is. But first, since we have a particular someone in the chat, I put together a little surprise for them. So there you go. So how's everybody doing tonight?
No, not too bad.
Yeah. Sorry.
Doing
Yeah,
pretty
something
good so far.
Yeah. Yeah, been all kind of crazy happenings today.
Yeah. We got any housekeeping to start with today, or are we going to jump right into it?
Yeah, let's just jump right into it. Not much housekeeping to do today. We hit the big milestones yesterday, so.
All right. What do we
I should say before we get started, I should say if you'd like to support the stream, go to streamlabs.com/FriendReport, and or you can donate lemons and stuff on DLive. And other than that, let's jump right into it.
All right.
Vito QP says he will follow if one of you says pee pee poo poo out loud. I think we should get
Oh, I
that
say
little-
pee pee poo poo all the time, so that's
There
no
we go.
Yeah,
problem.
pee pee poo poo. A second.
I'm a big
All right.
fan of pee pee poo poo.
I think we've all said it now, haven't we? There we go.
I think he has to donate 4 times now.
Make 4 accounts and follow with all of those.
Exactly.
You owe us now, buddy.
So, what do we want to start with? We want to start with Sidney Powell. So basically, she was the counselor for General Flynn. She's been a choice to head the FBI. And she recently retweeted something very interesting, or tweeted something very interesting. It's a link to a post on a channel called the Donald.win, which is sort of taken over for R the Donald, which of course got banned.
Yeah.
Right.
And basically a data analyst went through a bunch of data from Dominion software, and he has found a total of between 300,000 to 400,000 votes that changed from Trump to Biden. And this isn't just in one state. This is in basically every state. And we're not talking about just Dominion either, because in another set of states, they were using Premier Election Solutions, which is ironically also owned by Dominion Voting Systems as of 2010. In just Pennsylvania, they found 220,000 votes switched.
Holy fuck.
So over half of those votes that switched were just in Pennsylvania. And then in addition, which is really concerning, is they found almost around 2.2 million lost votes. Now, that doesn't mean that the votes necessarily just were wiped away immediately. It means that maybe they were counted and then disappeared after that. So we don't have any way to look back at them and judge whether or not they were correctly counted or not. But we can safely say, from looking at the data, that votes were switched after they were counted.
Wow. That's something. There have been some crazy stuff in the Georgia recounts, too, I noticed. They were doing the hand recount. And they were still trying to do it where they won't let the Republicans watch the recounts fully. Or they were trying to be like one observer for each 10 counting teams and all kinds of
I read that.
like that. But more on the... there's some craziness I saw today that goes along with the vote switching. There was the I don't know how to pronounce it, SCYTLE, Skytle, I think, or something.
Yeah.
I'll type it into the YouTube chat so it pops onto the screen. But there was something strange with that. Like it's they run voting software and voting, and they've had this whole big crazy issue for years with like all kinds of different countries with problems with this Skytle software. Let me see if I can pull up the article here real quick. Shouldn't have a problem with it. But they're and this is according, I wouldn't put much stock into it, but this is according to a Louis Gohmert, a Republican congressman, was saying this, that apparently all these Skytle servers at this in Frankfurt, at a data center in Frankfurt, Germany, were all confiscated by the U.S. Army today.
Right.
And it was said to have something to do with the election results and stuff. So that should prove pretty interesting.
Yeah. And the only question is, and we were talking about this, is that we don't know where they went after the U.S. Army took them. So we can only assume that they went up the channels of the executive branch by way of the Pentagon, and that they didn't end up in the hands of the intelligence agencies.
Yeah, because if it was the CIA, it wouldn't have been the Army that did it. And they specifically said it was the Army who did it. And whoever was writing this...
I'm sure they could get uniforms if they wanted them not to...
Well, they could get uniforms, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just you know, they can make it look like whatever they want. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But yeah, apparently the Skydel company had went bankrupt. It declared bankruptcy back in May or June. And then obviously something bought them up because they're still operating.
Yeah.
It really begs the question is, what is this foreign company doing with United States election data?
And why is all this voting data on servers in Germany? It's a Spanish company, but probably got bought out by somebody in Germany or something.
Right. Even Dominion itself is actually, their international headquarters are in Canada. So Air Raid Siren has some explaining to do for that.
Yeah, Air Raid, what the fuck?
It was I was unaware this was done behind my back. Oh, there'll be international, obviously. It doesn't nowadays. Of course, it doesn't matter where a head office is, right? Like it's irrelevant.
So it looks like what we're seeing is that there was an initial plan that they were going to change all of these votes, and that. There's a two-part attack to this, and that being the first. And then when it became clear that that wasn't enough, which was I don't know about you guys, that was about 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock my time. That's when the whole thing just started to get shut down. And that's when they said, okay, the software has done everything it can. Now it's time to pass this off to the voting ballot centers or ballot counters. And that's when we started to see a lot more of the fraud coming out of the hand counting.
Right.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, I want to say Needle QP sent the diamond with the message, good luck with your show, wishing you all success. So thank you very much, Needle QP. And Just a White Guy just donated 14 lemons, and he asked, is this where my friends are? Yes, Just a White Guy. This is where the friends are.
Very cozy, very cozy. So yeah, we had the Michigan, or a guy who ran for governor of Michigan. He released an affidavit, and he's been doing interviews as well, saying that he was in Detroit watching from 5 p.m. election night until 5 p.m. the next day. And he now has a lawsuit against Detroit or Michigan because what he saw as a lack of chain of custody for the reports. Now, normally the way this works is they count in all the ballots that they receive, and then they go through and they count each one, whether it goes for whichever candidate. And they add up all of those votes, make sure that they're the same, so there's no extra votes, and then that gets encrypted and put onto cloud or something like that, and it gets sent to the state the state controller, and that never happened in Detroit. They never announced any results. He never saw any chain of custody of the results, and he determined that they were all being sent secretly via their terminals, and so they all had terminals that they were counting on. And normally you would expect this to be a closed circuit system with no access to the internet, so there wouldn't be any outside tampering. But
Yeah, they were supposed to be.
yeah, and according to his report, and he's an IT expert, there was clearly a landline to the internet. And he repeatedly asked the poll managers if there was any connection to the internet, and they denied it.
Yeah.
So
when other people were saying in like Georgia, they got an update from the manufacturer, supposedly like in the middle of voting or something, or like the night before election day. So people were voting because they had early voting. Mm-hmm. And that should have been impossible because they shouldn't have been connected to the manufacturer, because it should have been in an enclosed intranet.
Yeah. And so, according to his estimate, between 3 different counties in Michigan, there were about 120,000 votes switched, which is, definitely enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if they did that and they happened to do it from a specific center, and that specific center happened to be overseas somewhere, and that could have been something involved in what this seizure of the servers is.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of wondering, like, if the U.S. military has it, I don't know, like, I'm not an American. I don't really know your situation that well. Is it possible that the American military is going not rogue, but on their own in a way? Like, this isn't Trump's necessarily doing?
Absolutely.
Well,
we haven't.
The reason it would be relevant that the Army did it as opposed to like the CIA is that the CIA is kind of its own group, you know? And
but if the CIA has it, we know who has it, right? Like it's
no,
them.
I would say the opposite.
But you know what I mean? Like, if the CIA has it, it's Biden's camp.
Yeah, if the CIA has it, then it's probably the other team.
If the military has it,
intelligence has it,
it
could be either way. Yeah. But the important factor is the President of the United States is the commander-in-chief of the military. So military intelligence should be under direct control of the president.
They've been doing stuff behind his back and fucking bragging about it. So it's...
Yeah, there has been a lot of the brass, especially like that faggot Vindman.
Like there's some weird shit going on. And
why is there even a Ukrainian that is so high in our military, you know? Right. Ukrainian citizen. Him and his brother are both high in the United States military, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Dude, right. Canada's head of the Canadian, or the cabinet minister that's in the head of Canadian military is like a Sikh, for Christ's sakes. Like we've given our not that saying that the lads on the ground are gonna do something, do anything that they're told, but the head of it is the political head of it anyways is friggin' foreigner.
Disgusting.
Very much so. Yeah, and I mean, how many bureaucratic positions was he offered in the Ukrainian government?
Right, but it was better, apparently, to be a colonel in the United States Army, you know?
Yeah. Nothing suspicious
work
there.
On both.
Right. Yeah, and he's a colonel in the U.S. Army that's like in charge of that area, you know, like northeastern Europe and stuff. Like,
Well, there's the whole Ukraine thing was such a that's going back a ways. Now I know, but that was such a huge shit show. All the wheeling and dealing and the
well, I mean, it's
everybody.
still incredibly relevant because
Yep.
Biden's still out running loose, and you know what I mean.
Yeah. And the Washington Post
It's on the loose.
the Washington Post published an article like 2 weeks ago, trying to discount, of course, the New York Post. So the New York Post released all that information originally, and the Washington Post says, "Oh, you know, this story's been debunked." And their explanation for why it was debunked is basically saying that Biden fired the prosecutor on that case, or he got the prosecutor on that case fired because he was not investigating charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
Fucking opposite world. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know how he gets away with saying shit like that, but you know.
yeah. I mean, and how ridiculous of a person you have to be to believe that. Oh, you know, they said that's what they did, so it's been fact checked, and that's what happened. And you're all conspiracy theorists for thinking that Biden didn't want his son's company investigated. No, in fact, he was willing to withhold military aid to ensure that his son's company was investigated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
But anyway, that's old news, and it's ridiculous, and we'll probably never see anything come of it.
Yeah, sadly.
that's these are like the big like. You gotta remember the Biden connection and the Hunter Biden connection to this stuff is just the peripheral things of what went on there, right? Like the American intelligence and State Department took over the Ukraine. Like they staged a coup there,
Right.
and
that sounds familiar.
yeah, the whole Maidan thing. They staged a coup there, and there's huge things going on there, right? Like this is everyone in the Ukrainian government was put there for a reason. They they had to get their guys in. They owed favors. Now you did this for us, so you're going to do this, and like it's massive stuff. Think of that. Like, I mean, Ukraine might be a bit of a backwater as far as we're concerned, but it's on Russia's doorstep. This is big, international players fucking around with this stuff.
It's definitely very strategic because it's on Russia's doorstep, and it's a foothold into the Black Sea. That's why like Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine are really strategic,
But like, yeah, what I'm getting at is like it's not about the important things about the Ukraine aren't whether or not Joe Biden made some money off or his family made some money off it. It's the fact that they overthrew a government.
Mm-hmm.
And all the shit that went down there. So I mean, like, we'll never find out, get all the details on that, and we'll be lucky if anybody goes to jail for the kind of the corruption shit. But we got to remember that this is always just the tip of the iceberg, right?
We already heard like way more than you would ever even imagine that we would have,
Yeah.
Exactly.
We have no idea how long all this type of shit. Biden's been in the Senate for 47 years or something like that.
Yeah.
And when he first got elected, weren't we talking about that yesterday when he first got it? Or I don't know if we were talking about it or not on here. But when he first got elected, he said he was doing like an interview, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we all know there's corruption in the Senate and blah blah blah, and it produces corrupt results. But apparently it's not too corrupt if you got elected." And he was like, "Well, I wouldn't go out so far as to say I'm not corrupt."
Yeah. Yeah.
How's it going, everybody?
Can't make that shit up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? How's everybody?
Great.
Hey, what's up, man?
All right,
Very
Mark
good.
Tosis has joined the chat.
What's up, Martosis?
Not too much. Just got off some work. Was wondering, what did I miss?
Well, we talked about the Dominion independent audits that have been going on. There's the 400,000 votes that got flipped there, and then the 2.2 million that just suddenly disappeared. And then there was the Michigan governor candidate who was going on the record about the results in Detroit not being ever officialized. And actually, you know, I was talking about the flash drive situation there, that there was no flash drive officiating the results. In the city of Milwaukee, there actually was a flash drive. However, it's missing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one that went missing just about the time that everything went crazy switching.
Yeah, so, I mean, where did it go?
Now, my kind of question here is, like, once again, this is something that I don't know. I'm not leading into to dropping anything, but we're looking at all this. We're looking at all this evidence, and a lot of it's circumstantial. A lot of it's, you know, okay, this is the information we need to push for a recount and a hand recount and a, you know, check all the ballots and stuff, which may or may not happen. Does this leave Trump in a position, like, are we at the point where Trump's in a position he can get the election through the Supreme Court, or where the GOP, if it's not too cucked in all these states, can push to discount the election results and go with the Electoral College?
That's exactly what they can do. Now, with the Pennsylvania situation, where the court ruled in President Trump's favor.
Hey, Johnny Ketamine joined the chat. What's up, K-Hole?
Not much.
K is for cowboy now.
Yeah, it was
K is a cowboy now. That's right.
I'm really glad with my hat. I dropped $319 on a hat and a little fucking silver feather to put in it.
Nice.
Fucking
That'd be a
badass,
damn
dude.
good hat.
Yeah, he heard our theme.
It is.
He heard our new theme song last night. And was like, had to go get himself a black cowboy hat.
Fuck it, I'm all in.
Like going full outlaw now, boys.
Hell yeah.
Oh man. So, what'd you guys talk about already? I don't mean to. Just want to get caught up really quick.
So we were talking about the Dominion voting thing and how what's her name, Sydney something, how she uncovered like what is it, like something like 2 million votes overall, but it's like hundreds of thousands in all the relevant states and Pennsylvania and Michigan and shit. Right.
Oh,
and
shit.
then there is this Skidle system that what was it, Louis Gohmert was talking about. They had their Spanish company that had declared bankruptcy in May. They do all kinds of. I was actually about to go into that. So I pulled up the article. They've been known for all kinds of problems with elections for the past like 10, 15 years, something like that. And today the U.S. Army apparently went and raided their server farm in Frankfurt, Germany, and grabbed all their grabbed all their stuff because it's supposed to have all kinds of crazy voter information on it.
Remember I was talking about yesterday? They needed to send in the National Guard or somebody to go raid their place and take all their quit shit.
Yeah.
I guess they went and did that.
They listened.
Maybe Trump's listening to the show.
Yeah.
Maybe Trump is one of us. What if Trump was one of us?
It's probably Don. It's probably Don Jr. listening. He's like, Dad, you gotta go do it, man. They were talking about it on the show last night.
Can't disappoint
Israel's
the
not
Fren
your
report.
friend.
So I was in the middle of saying also that this is definitely going to go to the Supreme Court, and the reason for that is that we already have a precedence now that there is possible election fraud going on because of the case out of Pennsylvania. So that superseded the state court and now opened up the case in the Supreme Court.
Right,
So-
and they were in the headlines, and the MSM were all trying to be like, "Oh, Trump got owned today because the Pennsylvania court decided that, you know, blah blah blah, they were right or whatever." Of course, because they're judging themselves, which is bullshit. That we can
Guys,
overpower
I
the
don't-
Pennsylvania legislature. You know, so
I
that's
don't mean to-
obviously
I don't
going to
mean to
go to the
interrupt
Supreme
something.
Court.
but I have very important news.
What's that?
So I'm in Fort Worth, Texas right now.
Yeah.
I'm about to order food, and I just found a place, I shit you not, called Pepe's Pizza House.
Oh,
Hey.
Fucking pizza.
Wow.
Pepe's Pizza
Pizza.
House.
I was born in Fort
Yeah,
Worth too, so there you
Are
go.
there frogs? Are there frogs on it?
No, it's on Postmates. There's no pictures.
Yeah.
Make sure to
That
say
sucks, 'cause I don't know how to fucking read. I don't know what these words are. Menu nacho supreme. I don't know what that is.
It's
Buffalo
Texas, so Pepe's
wings, I
probably
don't know.
Mexican, but
Yeah, don't ruin the fucking magic, Walrus. Come on.
Hey, since the election,
That's right.
the Hispanics have been allowed in the ethno state now, right? Aren't they white supremacists now? So
Only the
according to
Cubans.
according to the left, so.
Oh, based. Si mames, way.
Right.
Mi amigos.
There's a lot of other just like little things that I saw today. So did anybody see this tweet from 2014 from Joe Biden's new chief of staff? So basically, he was responding to a Vox article that said 68% of Americans think elections are rigged. And he responded by saying, that's because they are.
Yeah. I saw that.
That was 2018 too. I'm sure that number has greatly increased this year.
Yeah.
They'd probably be like, "Oh, it's probably closer to about 90% now." And the other 10% is just lying because it went the way they want them to go.
I was about to say that. There's going to be so many. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people who just do not think. I mean, just absolutely. I've been talking to some Canadians around here who are like this, and they seriously, if you say something about the American election, they're just, well, what are you talking about? It's not rigged. That's just crazy Donald Trump and his crazy, Nazi friends and all this shit. Like, dude, I really like. I've gone over some quick numbers with people over the past week, and they just look at you like you're retarded.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. I was talking to a guy, and I was talking about the I can't remember which state it was, but there's like 100,000 Biden votes were added, right? And it didn't change anything in the rest of the ticket. So no House seats or Senate seats, none of those numbers changed at all.
Yeah.
So, I was talking to the guy. I'm like, there's really only a couple possibilities.
Oh God.
Only a couple possibilities. One is 100,000 people voted only for Biden and didn't write anything on the ticket, which is statistically impossible. You just couldn't organize. We're all going to mail in ballots, and none of us are going to do anything but one vote for Biden. Or these people all voted for Biden and somehow managed to vote for every other part of the election in the exact same percentages that were already voted for.
Right.
Or didn't vote in all the other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's either they only voted for Biden, or they voted for Biden and every single vote corresponded to what already was in.
Yeah.
Which
Right.
is absolutely, it's retarded. It's not even
Fucking
like
weird.
this is statistically impossible. That is such a retarded idea to even consider that.
Right. And you're starting to see the reaction. I don't know about you guys, but from my liberal friends, you're starting to see the reaction change. It used to be just flat out rejection and denial, but now more and more you're starting to hear people say, "Well, wait and see. We'll wait and see."
Yeah. And there was a whole phase of, well, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
This is what I got. This is what I got from Buddy, and I said,
at it. Yeah.
and I said, well, I was watching the CNN numbers, and I was watching the NBC numbers, and I was watching the ABC numbers, and I was watching the Fox News numbers, and I was watching the CTV in Canada numbers and the CBC numbers. I was watching all these people, and I watched it in real time. I said we can look, I could pull up the screenshots from these guys. Like everybody reported this at the same fucking time as it was happening. And the guy just looks at me like I'm retarded because he doesn't want to think.
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't change. It didn't change his view, and this is what I was saying about the other day. But it doesn't matter if you're right. They don't fucking care.
Yeah.
And they get spoon-fed the line, "Oh, there's election fraud is very rare in U.S. elections, and there's never been any evidence to support."
Did you see that?
Mass fraud.
I can't remember who put it out. Somebody retweeted an article that was the 2020 was the most secure election in American history.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even like
fucking kidding me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right.
And that's going to be promoted by Twitter. And if you say, "Hey, I think there's some irregularities in the voting," Twitter will block your tweet. Twitter will put on "No, this has been disputed by such and such," right?
Mhm.
Like it's insane.
And what kind of IQ does it demonstrate to believe that year after year you're going to get the exact same result in fairness and integrity in the election?
Anybody? Sorry.
Well, you're just setting yourself up to be fooled at that point if you just always believe that an election is going to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They used the whole, when he was talking about, oh yeah, election fraud is very rare, and it was some really circular logic they used that, like, well, how do you know? Did you investigate? No, we didn't investigate. Well, why didn't you investigate? Because voter fraud is very rare.
Exactly. Yeah, we didn't report it. We didn't report any voter fraud this year, so therefore there's no voter fraud.
Therefore there's none.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like when they came out on CNN and said, "Oh, well, Twitter banned this article, so that just proves that it's fake."
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
with no investigation whatsoever.
Because of course, who's going to investigate it? But the people that are in office got there because of it. So they're not going to be like, "Hey, now let's look at what we did."
Let's get to the bottom of this, guys.
Yeah.
That's like Pennsylvania's courtroom where they're like, "Oh, Trump got owned in the MSM and shit,"
All these same people were crying foul.
But it was
in
like
2000.
it was like the Pennsylvania courts deciding that the Pennsylvania courts don't have to get to overrule the Pennsylvania legislature.
It up. Now it's up at the federal level.
And it's specifically a constitutional issue, so it's definitely going to the Supreme, the SCOTUS.
Well, the left is really in a catch-22 right now because they could either let all this stuff happen and get dragged, or they can shut it down and just push everybody to do their own investigations until they figure everything out, and then they get dragged again. That's
why they're going all in, because they pretty much have to. But at the same time, I don't think on the highest levels I think the intention was for them to get caught. You kind of forced their hand, so they had to go all in, so it would be so obvious that there's no denying it. Yeah. Because, I mean, like, Biden didn't even run a campaign. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, there's
And all he has to do is just keep saying that he's president-elect, and somebody's going to believe.
Well, this is all the people want to believe are going to believe it, and then they have the mass media spouting it out.
Yeah.
If you get into a conversation, go, all the media are saying he is. What are you even talking about? Like, everybody's saying he is, and I mean, you can sit there and go like, here's my stack of documents that like you could actually have the fucking documents and the photographs and the fucking the string charts and all this shit, and they'll just go, you're crazy, man.
That's the idea, is that you just repeat it, and eventually it's
somebody wrote something about that years ago. Now what how did it go again? Oh, you tell this great big lie and you just keep repeating it, and the average person won't quite. I can't remember who that was. Smart guy, anyways. A real
some real smart guy.
Oh, it was
a real crackerjack.
It was that band Oasis when they came out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
They came out and they said, we're the greatest band in the world, and half the people thought they were arrogant, and the other half believed them.
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, sure. It was the guy's name.
My mom probably agrees with them though. My mom probably thinks they're like the greatest band ever. Fucking. Oh my god.
It's a wonder wall. It's a wonder wall. That's pretty well what they sound like. Yeah. For anybody who
you sound just like them, Johnny.
I appreciate that so much.
It was beautiful. I have a tear in my eye now.
So Pepe's was closed, so I have to get food from Papa John's.
No Shadow special.
That's not too bad though.
Could be worse. Yeah, could be worse.
Papa John's
as for the Day of Reckoning pizza.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's just a big old fucking pile of shit on the pizza.
You got
with a fucking hand. No, it's a pizza. It's a pizza. They give you with the pizza. They give you like a fucking Glock and like several hundred rounds of ammo and AR-15. It's just like it's the Day of Reckoning. It's like $3,000.
It's happening.
You don't just get a pizza. It's happening.
Shit, what do you get when you order 2 extra larges? You get a fucking rocket launcher or something?
The mere mention of Papa John's, I think, warrants an F in the chat for the great gamer, the one and only Papa.
Yeah.
So sad what they did to him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Papa John's is fucking based, though.
Yeah.
Did you guys see what
Rudy
Giuliani said?
No.
He says that
What'd he say?
600,000 unlawful votes in just Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
600,000.
Yeah, you get a free N-word pass with your pizza. That's what Juice Hype said. So
it's a big old golden. It's like a Willy Wonka golden ticket. I got a golden ticket.
It's got like a calligraphied N on it.
Yeah. A one Willy Wonka N-word pass. You get it. It's like you can either get a ticket to the chocolate factory or you can get an N-word pass.
Yeah.
It's got one of those fancy wax seals with like the letter N on it.
Yeah. Open up and it glows, the glowing light.
That's what I'll tell Wojcicki when they ban me off YouTube. I'll just be like, dude, it's okay. I bought the pizza.
Susan would just be jealous that you didn't get her some wine boxes.
Right.
$10 wine boxes.
I would have saved you a slice, but it wasn't kosher. I had some pork on it.
She might be a millionaire and can afford the good wine, but you can get a shit ton of boxed wine for a lot cheaper. It can get you drunk a lot longer.
Yeah.
Well, what's great about Bulgaria is they have really, really good wine here. Like, everybody has their own grapes at their house, so everybody makes their wine. And there's some of the best wine in the world right here.
I've heard some of their shittiest wine is actually, like, top-tier stuff.
Yeah,
like over here.
They're cheap. Just says red wine is, like, as good as anything from California.
Well, what is this? I mean?
So I can get like a box of like a 5-liter box of some fucking really good quality wine for like $7 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a little dangerous sometimes.
Nothing like getting wine drunk.
The best Canadian wine I've had is Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd's. I'm not
He's
even
got a
joking.
wine
Oh,
too.
Dan Aykroyd's wine.
Hell yes. Dan Aykroyd's wine, man. It's got a.
What the fuck is this one in? Is it in a skull too?
No, it's just a regular wine bottle. It's got a picture of a microphone on it, going to his Blues Brothers days. I'm assuming.
Ah, okay.
But his red wines, oh man, awesome.
Really?
And they're about $13 Canadian a bottle.
Okay.
Oh, it's not too bad.
So that's like $3 US or $1.50 US or something like that. Okay, sorry, a little tangent. I'll try to make this quick. About 13 years ago, the US dollar tanked hard. I could have bought US dollars for about 70 cents, 72 cents Canadian. And I didn't.
Back in the day.
Dude, I didn't. I didn't buy any because I didn't want to feel like a member of the tribe. Honestly, I had, at the time, I think I had about $7-8 grand in cash in my bank, and I was like, I could just go buy American dollars, and in 5 years, I'm going to be like probably 25, 30, maybe 40% profit off it. I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Wow.
No,
Just
I
like
remember
George
buying
Soros.
stuff online around that time, and I was just like, it would be $50, and I would only pay 40. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
weird.
I know. It was crazy because it's never been like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
To this day, I'm kind of kicking myself, but I couldn't bring myself to do it because I used to rail at all my friends for speculating. I was always like,
Right.
it's dirty pool, and then I was like, I can't do it.
Well, you
Yeah.
know that's how George Soros made all of his money, is by just exchanging currencies.
Yep. It's funny if you have inside knowledge, they can do this every single friggin' day. If
Right.
they know it's going to go,
Trading shekels.
down 2 or 3 pennies, yeah. But it's like that. I was talking about that. I got to find what the science fiction story was from, but it's about the tribe of aliens that are lost in space for thousands of years, and when they finally are found again, they own the universe because they just traded their hats back and forth.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, you were talking about that.
Right? Like that's that mentality. It doesn't create any wealth. It doesn't create anything. It's absolute garbage, and it really disturbs me that it exists, and I couldn't partake of it, but
Well, you
I
know,
kinda-
like you think about how the stock market works, and there's these pump and dump schemes.
Yep.
And the way a pump and dump scheme works is that you pump something up to make it look like it has a really big value, and then you dump everything.
Yep.
Or the reverse of that is you do a reverse pump where you make it look like it has no value, and then you buy it all up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the pump and dump scheme, when applied to a country's currency, is basically stabilizing and destabilizing the country.
Yep. And they do that all the time, right? Like.
I'm going to throw this out there. Rusty Shackelford, our YouTube moderator there, says he wants a Frog Fren profile pic, so I'm going to throw that out there. I think we got some extras floating around as it is, but we can come up with one for you for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Lots of great
So
frog artists.
Carrie
Yeah, I think I
is
followed some last
exceptional.
Yeah, she does some great stuff. I like the videos she's been doing lately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
President-elect Frog Ross. I think he actually does like paintings or like actual like drawings, live drawings of them. You can check him out.
I was wondering where those paintings were coming
Yeah,
from.
he's a great. Shake too does a lot of really great grapers.
Yeah, I've been working with him on some stuff.
Yes,
That,
base grape shake. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's some great artists out in the pond.
that
man.
we're not quite ready to announce yet, but we'll be announcing something really cool that we're doing. Been working with Shake and some other friends on.
I'm gonna grab beer. I'll be right back.
One thing that I've seen people requesting in the chat is if there's any way that we can have it appear on the screen or in Streamlabs who's talking.
I don't know. I can try to figure that out.
Yeah. I don't know how to do that. I've never used Streamlabs before, but if that's something possible, I know that there were some people requesting that.
Yeah, we'll see about if I can figure out how to do that. Should be able to figure something out.
So who wants to pull the Band-Aid off of this Antifa statement that we found?
Oh yeah, speaking of Dominion, right? Because he was like had posted the whole Antifa manifesto and shit. And I saw something on 4chan today where apparently not just that, but he had like said something about certain individuals are going to have access to the voting software and shit. And
this is Eric Coomer.
Did he write that, or is he just reposting that?
I think he just reposted the Antifa manifesto.
Because either way, that's
with the part where he was talking about the certain individuals having access to voting software, that was directly from him. I haven't been able to find it other than that one screenshot on 4chan, and it was too blurry to actually fully read it. So
I think that the letter
take that with a grain of salt, but he definitely and it was like I think it's from his Instagram account or Facebook, one of the two. I mean, they're the same, aren't they? But
it
looks like Facebook.
Pisses me off. If I posted something like that on social media and sent a letter to the president or the Prime Minister of Canada or anybody, I'd be picked up in a couple of hours.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like,
anybody.
How is this guy not being interrogated?
This comes across as a threat.
It really does.
Yeah, but I mean, that guy, even just to intimidate him, he should have been picked up already. Right? Because that's what they do. That's what they do to us. Like this, we're living in crazy times, man.
Yeah,
definitely.
And the audacity of just some of these claims, like, I mean, number one, to say that it's just an ideology and it's not an organization.
And here's our leader.
It's just an idea, guys. It's just an idea.
But here's a thought leader explaining everything that we believe.
Yeah.
We have 100 million people, so a quarter of the country is only Antifa.
Hey, how do you know you have 100 million people if you're not an organization? Like, it's the whole thing is retarded.
And on top of it,
I bet you not a single one of them can actually define what a fascist is.
Right.
No.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what a fascist is. A fascist is a person that opposes their list of demands, which are,
well, according to them,
as follows.
Yeah.
Universal single-payer health care, UBI, the abolition of right-to-work laws, publicly funded higher education, which we already have, by the way.
Yeah.
It goes on and on, social programs. But there's some really funny ones in here. Like, for instance, federal charges of treason filed against anyone willfully and knowingly attempting to minimize public perception of the impact and risks of coronavirus.
Oh my God. Who wrote this shit? Fucking Klaus Schwab? Like...
But it's such a...
I mean, it sounds like it's
fucking stupid.
I'm joking, but at the same time, dude, I bet you that list of demands came straight from the Club of Rome. You know what I mean?
It's ridiculous, and of course they end the whole thing by doing that famous liberal blanket statement, and that's to de-thing something, and to say that the simple reality is that Antifa isn't a thing.
No, I remember 2016, 2015. That was all that was on the fucking internet was just their riots and their shit. And then it's 2019. It's like they're a brand new group. And I'm like, did anyone remember what fucking happened in 2015, 2016? That it's like they just disappeared and everyone forgot that they even existed.
Right. Yeah. Same with BLM.
Yep.
Like, people stopped giving a shit.
I remember a time in like 2016, 2015 where people were just legitimately tired of fucking Black Lives Matter and Antifa. They were just fucking tired of that shit. And then it's like they completely forgot within 4 years who the fuck Antifa was.
Right.
Right.
Does anyone watch Hypocrites videos on BitChute? The what are they called? It's like a compilation video. I'm completely blanking
I
out.
follow him on BitChute.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got a Twitter account too.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what his video series is called. Oh, Can't Stop Progress. That's it. And I remember there was a clip of a bunch of German doctors, and they were talking about how masks, and these were in a hospital setting, a bunch of German doctors and surgeons saying masks don't do anything. And I'm like, you motherfuckers, you're surgeons. You know masks do something. Otherwise, you would fucking do open heart surgery without a mask. Yeah, fucking, there's a reason you wear a mask. And the fact that a doctor's telling me that it's a stupid idea, it's like,
no, once again, the masks do something, but not what we're being told they do.
Telling you it does.
And I brought this up before.
You said doo-doo, by the way.
But the Ontario Nurses Association fought legal battles over the flu vaccine, and ended up hospitals were trying to force nursing staff to wear masks their entire shift, and they won in court. They won multiple arbitrations, and they had to take it to court because hospitals were just ignoring them. And their evidence was deemed to show that masks do not do anything to stop the transmission of viral infections, like the flu. They're no good to wear if you're healthy. And we're talking in hospital settings where there's a lot more sick people per person, right? Like, there's more chance of getting sick in the hospital than there is out in the street or at work or anywhere else.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. You take all the sick people and you shove them all together, you know what's going to happen.
But, wow, they're sick. Holy shit.
Yeah, but once again, if the masks aren't doing anything, right? And I found it really interesting that the Ontario Nurses Association have been completely silent with this pandemic shit.
Oh yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah.
Like I try to keep in touch with Ontario because that's where I grew up and everything. And the last 5 years, it's fucking ridiculous.
Fucking leaves.
Even Canada in general, when Justin Trudeau came into office, I don't know if you guys heard about the bestiality laws that were actually introduced into Canada.
What?
Yeah, you didn't? Did you hear about that? Like, I think, let's see what the specific terminology is. It's you're allowed to essentially be with an animal, but there can be no penetration.
Bro.
I think I remember that. Fucking.
What does be with an animal mean?
Like,
you guys
marriage, I have fucking
white girls can legally fuck dogs here, I guess.
Well, there you go.
They're not penetrating the dog.
But,
so
but the dog can penetrate the human?
I'm sure Justin Trudeau is doing it every night now. Right?
Oh, never mind. They actually changed it. The ruling was in 2016. It was a Supreme Court ruling, and then they recently changed it. All sexual acts with animals now illegal in Canada with new bestiality laws. So, thank God.
Trudeau is sitting home crying now.
But then again, it's like, what do they mean sexual acts? Before it was like no penetration allowed. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I can marry my chicken, but I can't fuck it? What are you talking about?
This is like the shit they were pushing through in California, right? Like, you can do stuff with minors, you just can't do this. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? How can you do anything with a like? How does this make any sense? It's the imaginary slippery slope. I'm sure it's just a conspiracy theory, right?
Well, also the California in general. When I heard it's no longer a felony if you give someone AIDS, and I'm like, holy fuck, that is mind-boggling. Yeah, knowingly. It's like, I could understand if you were never diagnosed and you found out one day you had AIDS, and it's like, holy shit, mind-boggling, whatever. But the fact is, if you know and you're spreading that shit, it's like, oh, just a slap on the wrist. Motherfucker, I'm gonna have to take medication for the rest of my fucking life because of your dumb asshole.
Right.
And you're going to be in an increased risk of getting viruses and shit. Like The flu could fucking kill you. Everything can fucking kill you now if you have AIDS.
Breeze could kill me. Jesus Christ.
Well, now that's
Guys,
the
I
most
gotta go
effective
I gotta
cereal
go
for them.
inside the office and give them my paperwork really quick. I'll be right back.
All right. We'll be here.
Turn on text to speech.
Yeah, I actually have to get going to band practice now.
Oh,
Right on.
So I'm gonna head out.
what do you play?
Well, like what kind of music or what
No,
instrument?
What instrument first?
Oh, I play guitar.
Okay.
And we have a surf instrumental thing right now.
No kidding. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, that's
It's fun stuff. It's fun.
That's
fun
a great
stuff.
genre.
Anything
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
record some of your stuff?
I do. We actually put together an album, and we never sold them. We just gave them all away because we're not good at merchandising. We're not good merchants. Yeah.
You're doing it all wrong. You're not supposed to give it to them for free.
You gotta get the shekels, boy. If you guys are gonna be running late, like I think you were Walrus, you said you guys are gonna be going potentially late tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna
check
try
back
to
in.
go till Hot Stuff can make it and talk to him for a while too. So it should be a long one. Even if I don't make it that far, I'm gonna try. So I'll be up. So it'll be here for quite a while.
When I get back, I'll check in. You guys have a good night and good luck.
Good talking to you as always.
Yeah, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, man, take it easy.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, the original ruling, just found the thing that I read. It was June 2016, and it was basically sex acts with animals are legal in Canada as long as there's no penetration involved, according to the surprise ruling issued by the Supreme Court. But it is left up to the Parliament to better define the term.
Oh, I see. So
animal over on YouTube says it reminds him of Chunk from the Young Turds.
Oh my God! Yep.
Chunk you.
Horse fucker sink.
Horse fucker himself. Yep.
That
Hey,
was-
as long
that
as
was
the
a-
animal enjoys itself, right?
Did you guys see the Vouch clip?
What's that?
What?
Did you guys see the Vouch clip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one?
Which one?
The one most recently where he was talking about child pornography, and basically he said in a debate with, I think it was Flamenco, that child pornography he hadn't heard a moral argument, a cohesive moral argument against owning or being in possession of child pornography.
Yep.
What?
And that's not to say one doesn't exist, but he just hasn't heard it. And his argument is to say that, well, diamonds are often sourced through nefarious means that have war and blood and children dying. And if you own diamonds, you are just as guilty as somebody who's in possession of child pornography.
Have you bringing up diamond sellers? Have you seen that video of the guy that kind of looks he's shaved head, almost looks like Pitbull, and he just goes to Africa to start? It was a documentary, and he was just basically trying to start a blood diamond mining operation, and he had a hidden camera, and he was talking to all the local people, and he's like, if you're about to do what I think you're about to do, this is the way you're supposed to do it. If you do it any other way, you're either going to be executed, killed, or you're going to be missing. And it was literally like just trying to, it was the most hilarious thing ever, because everyone was in on it. Everyone was like, yeah, I'm not going to say you can't do this, but this is how you do it.
Yeah.
Apparently it's just that easy. Just get a bunch of money, hire some workers, and start digging.
Right.
It's just the government's got to get their share.
There's nothing saying that every single diamond is going to be sourced in a bad way that's going to cause death or suffering, whereas every single case of child pornography involves suffering.
Right. Well, and not only that, but the product, the child porn itself that you end up with, is that suffering, right? The diamond, Like
Yeah.
when you get a diamond, the diamond isn't the experience of the slavery. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
That's true.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
It's a neutral object.
It's the
And I-
result of forces that made carbon and over probably millions of years in the earth versus an actual depiction of the act of suffering.
Exactly. And I have a hard time believing that nobody has like made that argument to Vaush yet.
Yeah, like with a diamond,
so-
you can at least pretend like there wasn't that suffering involved. Because,
Right.
Yeah.
You cannot do that with the other one.
No,
I
that's
don't see any
exactly
blood on
what
this
it
diamond.
is.
Must be fine.
Well, it's crazy because most of us are maybe just heard the argument for the first time, and we're coming up with all these holes in it. And he clearly had thought about it for a while before he said this on the air and attached it to his name.
Yep.
Yes. He thinks about it a lot.
Right. Well, I mean, have you seen his wife? If you were married. to
Oh my
something-
fucking god. Actually, yeah, I have a sticker of his wife. Let me throw that in chat real quick.
Oh, if you were married to something like that, you'd probably be looking at any kind of porn you could find, probably.
You gotta be
Look at
careful.
that goddess.
Oh,
You
God.
guys have to be careful. She is apparently depressed and has anxiety and has to go to the hospital for her depression. I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder fucking why.
Maybe if she put the Twinkie down and went for a walk every once in a while.
That ain't happening.
Oh,
Hey, no body shaming, guys. Come on.
fuck that.
So,
I'm
sorry,
all
I
about
dropped out
body
there for a
shaming.
second.
Especially female body shaming. Guys, it's alright if you're fat, but,
Even then, it's like I usually can see men can carry their weight better, and then the same weighted female, and that sounds dickish, but it's usually true. I mean,
Well, it was kind of my point, yeah. I agree, basically.
yeah, and yeah, the Vosh statement was, the way I see it, the age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. As those imbalances, or at least some of them, are redressed through the advent of socialism, the age of consent should therefore be lowered.
Oh,
Everything is through the lens.
Oh, Gary Bridgeway
Marxist.
over in the chat is killing me with this. He keeps posting the Alex Jones with the constipated look on his face.
Just a slow zoom in.
Oh, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing. Just saying that quote from Bosch. Just the socialism thing. It's like if we lived in socialism, it should be lowered. What does?
How does that even make sense?
Right. And he's like presupposing that there's some kind of oppression already happening between like the older people and adults and minors, like all
Right.
of history can be defined as a struggle between minors and adults.
He reminds me of that weird, like, I don't know if you guys ever watched that Medicare stream where he got that video from it's like the weird, creepy pedophile from the 90s, like shot on a VHS cam, and he's just riding around talking to children. He's just like, oh, they want to be touched by me. They want to experience it. They want to put my cock in their mouth. And I'm like, you sick son of a bitch. You
God.
and he even like they film him going up to children and trying to talk to them, and it's so uncomfortable, and you can tell immediately the kids are like, they're fucking,
They know
their
they
radar's
can.
going off. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, we're gonna
I don't
go
know
now.
what's going
Bye-bye.
on, but I know I don't like it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fucking-
dude, we're number 8 on the front page there. Nice.
Really? Nice.
Really? Yeah, is
Yeah,
anybody restreaming us right now or hosting us?
Only 27 people watching, so I don't think so.
All right. Well, most of them don't get more than 10 people, so
Oh,
we're doing
so
all
maybe.
right.
Yeah, maybe that's why, because like,
We're good background music.
right?
That's right. I mean, I don't know how some people can watch these gaming streams. Like, I know that people are into it and they like watching other people play video games, but I mean, it's like, it's one thing to watch somebody play sports. That's already kind of boring enough, but to watch somebody do something that I could do myself without even having to get up.
Like occasionally I'll watch it just to see what the gameplay is like, but yeah, lately it's Like there's too many. There's also that. There's like
Yeah.
1,000 streamers all streaming the same game.
I mean, if
Yeah.
it's like someone you like or are familiar with, you know, and they're entertaining, but 99% of them, it's just like it's just not.
Yeah, to find the interesting ones, you have to kind of go and sort it from least viewed to most viewed, because you will find some of the weirdest fucking people at the bottom of the list that have like 1 viewer or 2 viewers.
Right. Just
Like
some
during
autistic guy.
Well, there was one guy during lockdown, and he had like 3 controllable robots with dildos on the front of them. And he was just trying to do his work. He was just like in lockdown, I guess he was exercising and doing some computer work, and there was just robots crawling around the floor, and they had text to speech, so they were just smacking into each other, going dildo, dildo, dildo. And then they would run up to his leg and use like a dildo, like smack his leg, and it was just hilarious. Like fucking, that stuff's original and funny to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have to
you
go to the
gotta
bottom
look
for
like
that.
that. Yeah.
DS Rex used to game stream on here, and I watched him for a while, but it was because of but it wasn't even, I didn't even give a shit about the game. It was about the combo that we had, the Bants and shit.
Yeah.
Because it was like,
Right. Yeah.
right, because it was like me and Dia streaming, and we had Coof Cops in there all the time, and Trucker Friend, and Bill Cooper, Groiper, and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So,
like sometimes if you know everybody that's in the stream from something else, like maybe you're watching like a Groiper stream or something like that, there might be a little bit of added content value to that.
Right. It
Yeah.
was really about the conversation anyway, to me. And
Yeah, I'm
probably
gonna
most
agree
of
with
us.
Aaron in the chat and say, yeah, video games lately, pretty boring.
You
At
gonna
least
jump
it
on,
feels
Aaron,
like-
or what?
It feels like video games have gotten boring the last little while, or they're just remakes of games that we all loved as or already played.
Yeah. How
I
are
don't
the new
wanna play
Borderlands? Did anybody play those?
I played the third one. It's pretty shit. Well, it's not that it's
okay.
shit. It's just, I don't know. It feels like it's lost the heart of the original game. I can't.
I
It's
got
hard to describe.
a few
Borderlands
of them.
2.
I haven't played them yet.
The second one is just classic. It's such a good game. The first one's great too, but the second one, man, that was one of the best games I ever played.
Oh, me and my friend played through the first one like religiously, as like a Friday night kind of thing until we were done. And man, I'm not gonna spoil the ending, but if you played to the ending, it is such a piss off if you've been playing that thing like, excited for the ending or where it was going, and you're just like, is that what really happened, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to spoil, but if anyone played to the end of Borderlands and knows the story, it is kind of a pisser. You're getting all excited for stuff, and then it's like, that's what this is? Ah, you motherfucker.
I'm not sure how to pronounce this name. Quizseth Hederich. Let me know if I said that at least close to correct. He donated an ice cream and a lemon, so thank you for the donation.
Oh, thank you.
And Erin says she's still feeling like garbage, so she's not going to be joining us tonight.
Get better.
Yep, get better.
Sorry to hear that. See if I got anything else in the news.
I was
There's
playing. Go ahead.
Another mail worker came forward, saying basically the same stuff as the last guy.
Yeah, that was a couple days ago, or probably yesterday. But it was funny. I went to go watch a YouTube video today, and it was like, "Oh, 3 days old? Never mind." That's already old news. News is happening so fast these days.
I know. We had an election worker in Clark County, Nevada, claims that mail-in ballots were improperly filled out in a Biden-Harris van outside of a polling place.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
That kind of goes in line with what the whistleblower from Dominion's IT department saw too. She said something about vans unloading ballots for them to count. Ilhan Omar's campaign paid her husband's consulting firm nearly $2.8 million.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing to see there either.
I'm sorry, what? How did Ilhan Omar has millions of dollars to pay anybody for anything?
Well, yeah, because she's a Soros-funded.
Oh yeah, no, that's
candidate.
Jesus Christ.
Because, you know, America is so terrible to her and her Somalian fucking
yeah, it's true.
constituency.
I mean, I'll be honest, man, the fact that she's even a thing kind of pisses me off. Like,
yeah,
a lot.
me too.
I mean, she's only there. She got elected because of demographic changes, right? Like
Well,
there was such,
you haven't seen the Project
audience.
Veritas video? We all know how she got elected.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, well.
Oh, breaking news. Breaking news, guys. Congressman Lou Gormit has stated that the U.S. Army has seized servers for Dominion in Germany.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a fun 2 months.
So it's not just a speculation anymore. It's real. It's happening. And George Papadopoulos said so. So.
Oh.
Is he related to George Strombolopoulos?
I think he's related to Snuffleupagus. But
Is he related to Stavros Papadopoulos?
All right, and he said I can call him Paul, so Paul donated 5 ice creams and 5 lemons again, so thank you for that, buddy.
I just saw
Says,
Tim
"Let's
Allen's
go."
mugshot from 1978. Tim Allen's like,
Dude.
when he was found with 1.5 pounds of cocaine.
Whose
Yeah.
mugshot? Whose mugshot?
He's got that cocaine cowboy
Tim Allen.
mustache.
Oh, Tim Allen, yeah.
Did you
Tim
guys
Allen's
see his
pretty
fucking
famous.
tweet? You guys see his
He's a real
tweet
fucking
today?
fan.
No.
What, Tim Allen?
Yeah. He
I
tweeted
don't
out
know.
something like, he said, Karl Marx, Communist Manifesto, Wikipedia. The boomers are becoming activated.
Right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Karl Marx, period. Communist Manifesto, period. Wikipedia, period. And he spelled Carl with a C, and then he's just like, oops, I meant Carl with a K.
Hashtag Chi-Coms.
See, I'm glad he didn't include anything about like demon rats or Chi-Coms. I was like, oh, I can enjoy this tweet. You didn't boomer it too hard.
His kid was just beside him. Dad, just erase that last part. Fuck's sakes.
Sidney Powell just went on Fox and said that she's going to, quote, release the Kraken.
Sweet. Hell yeah.
So we got that going for us.
Right. So I got that going for me, which is nice. What else did we have in the news today? There all kind of stuff going on. There's been so much in the news, I can't, like, if I read it in the morning, by the time we get to the show at night, like, so much has happened, I forget.
Right.
You know?
I'm scrolling through my timeline, getting caught up.
Biden did something with a tranny soldier. Did you guys see that?
Huh?
A trainee
Hold on,
soldier?
Oh, yeah, no, there was something he wanted to make, some trainee soldier as his, Secretary of Defense or some bullshit, like...
That would work out right.
Joe
I don't
Biden
know.
chosen a transgender veteran to be part of the transition team. Adoish!
That's what
at the
it is.
Department of Defense.
That's what it is, yeah. Like,
So
what
she's
the
a veteran. I
fuck?
wonder where she served and how long he,
looks
I
like
don't
she was
fucking know, served.
A Navy veteran, worked in the Obama administration, became the first transgender, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, that's why, because she's the first.
She
didn't get
looks
her
like a
legs blown
fucking
off.
ghoul. Extremely manly.
Well, you know, she identifies as a woman, and Joe Biden identifies as the president-elect, so they have something in common.
You're not wrong.
Nice.
No, I'm president-elect.
No, I'm president. No, I'm president.
No, I'm president-elect.
Did you guys see
Scrolling down my timeline?
Did you see how Twitter's reacting to the whole MAGA March thing?
Oh no, I haven't been able to
I
follow
see
any
it.
of that.
I see it
Red pill me on
trending
that, boy.
my what's happening page or whatever.
Well, if you click on MAGA March hashtag, you're going to be really confused because all you're going to see are a bunch of pancakes.
Pancakes?
Pancakes?
Pancakes.
Well, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing is they're flooding the hashtag with pictures of pancakes. So that's supposed to be triggering you if you're going to Twitter to find out news or where to meet for the MAGA marches. You're not going to find that.
Oh no, I'm so triggered. All the pancakes. Holy fuck. The left doesn't know how to fucking meme. Like, are you mad yet? Here's some pancakes. No. Now I'm just fucking hungry, you stupid asshole. Like, how is this supposed to trigger anyone? It's pancakes. Meanwhile, and then they're wondering like why the right is so good. It's like they will just post fucking headless gore or fucking beheadings in your timeline, and that's how they will fuck with you. The left will be like, here's a pancake. Take that.
Have a pancake.
I haven't seen any pancakes, but I'm seeing a lot of.
Where does a pancake even come from? It doesn't make sense. Like,
yeah,
somebody on TikTok, I think, posted a video saying that they were going to post pancakes, and it just took off.
God, that's
I'm
so
gonna post
fucking
pancakes.
Oh well.
Okay.
One's like, for the racist, homophobic, bitch-ass fuckers who clicked on Million Mega March hoping to be dickheads online, have some gay pancakes instead. Like, oh my god.
Bro, I mean, we got egg all over our faces now.
Right? Oh my god, pancakes.
Man, I have to get some PTSD medication. My god.
Did you see earlier today? So, who was it? Oh, the Daily Grifter. He had posted a thing about Nick Fuentes. He was doing some little march there or something.
Oh, yep.
And like, apparently he was wearing like risers on his shoes or something.
Yes.
And then they were.
And he was still very short.
As somebody pointed out, well, yeah, he was still really short, but he was taller than most of the people there. So I called it the Million Manlet March.
He's about 5'7". I can confirm he's about 5'7".
Yeah, and those fucking slopey, weak shoulders make him look even more manlet-ish.
Yeah.
First time I saw him like without a jacket on, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you know who the shortest one is, though, is actually Patrick Casey. Or actually, that's not true. Beardsley Beardson is the shortest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Beardson's like 4'10", right?
I think he's the one I like the least. I dislike the most. You know.
Yeah, I get that.
I do not blame you.
He's really arrogant, but he doesn't offer much substance. His whole thing is just to like elevate above everything. And that gets old after a while. Like, if you're not going to get down in the ditches with the rest of us, you know, why are we listening to you?
Yeah.
I just saw that. I saw that headless picture that you just showed. The one I think it's late show with Stephen Colbert or something. At least that's what it's showing me on the New York Times post.
Who's that?
Oh, you were talking about somebody else got beheaded, or is they had a picture of somebody being beheaded? We were talking about that earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, it's apparently Stephen Colbert did it. That's surprising.
Did what? Oh, I missed that.
You were talking about the headless picture of the guy. I think I don't even know who this fucking guy is. I'll post it on my timeline, but yeah, New York Times posted it. It's like a headless picture. You were talking about it earlier, but I don't even know who this fucking guy is. Probably because it's just the head. Yeah, I retweeted it. No idea who this guy is.
I'm looking at it right now.
I mean, if Kathy could do it, why can't we? Didn't she get in a lot of shit for that? A lot of hate for the whole Donald Trump's head thing, Kathy Griffin.
She did, because, it was just one of those, oh, how far can I take a joke? Oh, I took it too far.
Well, and it's like illegal to threaten to kill the president, even in jest. So,
Not only that, it makes you look like a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
I mean, not that she needed much help with that, but
Yeah, that's true.
that was kind of her gimmick anyway. Was that she was a crazy bitch? So,
So that was apparently the right-wing version of cancel culture, is not wanting to see the president decapitated.
I don't want to see anyone decapitated, to be honest.
yeah, gore porn's not exactly my bag,
Yeah, no, thank you.
Like, I could see it in my timeline and go, hey, but I can't. I will watch it.
So I'm seeing that tweet from Tim Allen now, the Karl Marx Communist Manifesto Wikipedia. But why did he misspell Carl?
Yeah.
He's a boomer, an absolute boomer.
He could have typed it on his
like
iPhone.
Did he spell it like Karl Marx, like Carl from
Winslow?
Yeah.
Yeah, or I was thinking like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but
CARL.
Yeah, I imagine he was on his iPhone and it just auto-corrected, because I know it does that too. Like,
he did say
"Oops,
Carl." A whole different tweet. It's a fucking boomer.
Bro, the replies. The fucking replies.
Right. He's like, one of you tweeted which mark. He just writes it all as a new tweet because he doesn't know how to drive the thing,
One of
you tweeted which Mark's brother was Carl. I busted out laughing.
Good for Tim Allen.
Some guy replied and just said, Donald Trump, period. Russian collusion, period. Treason.
Fucking moron.
Shut up, nerd.
Shut up, nerd.
There's always
Shut up, nerd is one of my favorite replies. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That is a good one.
Hey,
will you tag me in the beheading post or whatever it is? Because I couldn't easily find it.
I will do that. Sorry, I was just distracted. A groper just posted a thing where a bunch of people put beans in their magazines.
Putting beans in their magazines?
Beans in their magazines, like actual edible beans in their clips in their magazines. And
Was it baked beans?
Yeah, it's making me uncomfortable.
Baked beans. We got a whole series of those memes with the beans. Me and Hulk Hogan love posting them.
This is so terrible. Oh, God.
I got one that's like jelly-filled donuts, but it has the beans inside.
Yeah, but it's like you're putting it in such a nice gun, you're just ruining your clip just by shoving a whole bunch of beans in it. Oh, it's such a nice gun. Oh, covered in beans.
Covered in beans.
Yeah.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
I posted it in Fren Report Live.
Ah, sweet. Who is that?
But yeah, I'm also seeing that a lot of people are posting. I don't know if you guys know who Movie Bomb
I'm back.
is.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how's the pizza?
That tweet from last night.
Yeah. Where it's just like, yeah, I don't understand. And then he posts a picture of him with the girl. I don't know who the fuck you are.
So, did you see his
Stephen
reply?
Miller, huh? Oh, Colbert. I
Which
see
one?
what you're talking about.
He actually replied and was like white knighting for her.
Yeah, and all I know is tweets went protected a few days later.
Yeah.
That's been happening a lot, I noticed lately.
I apparently
People don't
blocked the
protect
New
it.
York Times, so I can't see it. I guess I was just really triggered by the New York Times one day.
Well, a few accounts ago, I had signed up for like 3 or 4 block lists. So I like preemptively blocked a lot of people because I wanted to try to keep my account for a while. I don't think it worked, but after that, I had like every major mainstream media Twitter account like blocked. It was it was annoying.
Usually the only people I block are just ads. So all my block list is just like Trivago, fucking Sony, Xbox, just ad.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just ignore the ads because those thinking new ones are put in.
Sometimes they trick me though, and it's like, oh, that's interesting, and I'll open up a new fucking page. Nah, I don't want to leave Twitter. Fuck this shit. And you're like, oh, it's promoted. Block.
Like a year or so ago, they were. What was it? Elizabeth Warren was doing that. Have a beer with Elizabeth Warren kept making it into mine, so I kept every time I'd come in there, I'd retweet it and talk shit about it.
They had there was a bot. I don't know if it still exists, but there's a bot that you can enter your account into, and it can find how many block lists you're on.
Yeah, it used to be. I remember. I haven't checked that one in a while.
Last I checked, I was on like 120 block lists.
Nice.
Which was a point of pride.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've gone through like 4 accounts this year, so.
Well, I was getting hit a bunch last January, 2019, and I was getting taken down like every single week. I couldn't keep anything going, and then I just really slow played an account. Like I started as just something completely different, and then slowly kind of worked my way back into my original brand. And I've been able to keep that since. So,
well, once you what's the word I'm looking for? Have you ever made it on the ADL list there?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I'm definitely on that Grandmaster Antifa list.
Oh yeah, I've been on that. Like, I think all my accounts make it to that one, but
yeah.
But I've made it onto the official ADL list before. I was kind of proud of that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I was blocked by a few. I was blocked by the Jewish Journal and the Daily Forward on my first account. I was proud of that shit.
Yeah.
Like no interaction. You know, I never tweeted at them, but they blocked me.
Like, can I quit the internet now? Holy shit.
Did I win?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've done it all.
Yeah, that's pretty based. Pretty impressed. Is that Johnny in the background? I just like heard this faint. Yeah.
Yep.
How's that Pepe's? Pepe John's.
Pepe John's.
Yeah.
Did you get the garlic butter dipping sauce?
Yeah, the pizza. I also got like a little tiny meatball thing I'm eating right now.
Bro, your Papa John's have
It's like
meatball?
a papadilla.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and there's like a meatball.
They have the
Quesadilla.
cheeseburger. They have cheeseburger pizza there now.
At Papa John's?
Yeah.
See, I always
I tried
thought it
that.
good,
I
but
tried that.
I
It
hate
sucks. It
ketchup,
sucks.
and they usually use like ketchup as the sauce on it.
They have like a burger sauce, like Frisco sauce. It's not bad. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it's like fucking. It's Thousand Island dressing. I don't fucking like it. I don't like it.
Basically.
Well, so yeah, they try to like, because Mac sauce is Thousand Island dressing, so.
Right, yeah. With like slight variations, like a little more ketchup or a little more mayonnaise, you know.
I'd say Big Mac sauce is better than Thousand Island.
I thought it was Thousand Island, but what do I know? I'm not a big fan of mac sauce too. Mayonnaise,
like
mustard,
mac sauce.
pickles is the key for me. So and
Man,
grilled
man,
onions.
you're starting to really sound like a fucking faggot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry, that was a gamer word. God damn it.
Yeah, I think
Can
you
you-
can get away with faggot.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I think you can say faggot on DLive.
Well, as long as
Well,
DLive
it's
doesn't hear
YouTube
you
that we're
say
more
it.
worried about, but yeah.
You guys see Elon Musk?
Elon Musk?
He got
Well,
so he tested positive for COVID,
Oh yeah.
but apparently he says that he took 4 tests
nice.
and 2 of them said positive and 2 of them said negative. So he said that you could just as easily say that he tested negative for COVID.
Both would be true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Schrodinger's
think it-
virus there.
Well, you think if he was like the rich man that he was, that he would have his own private lab and he'd have some doctor swab his nose, put it on a petri dish, and go, "Yes, you fucking have it," not go through some, I don't know, convoluted.
The man has fucking kids, and you think he has money? It doesn't matter how much money you fucking make. Once you have like 3 kids, you are fucked.
Yeah, but this is the guy that has SpaceX.
You don't have money for shit.
I'm imagining he has some kind of lab that's for
Yeah. Oh.
studying germs. You know?
Yeah. Well, he
At least
took the generic test, and he
Yeah.
says that these tests are suspicious.
Well, didn't he say it was the same nurse, same machine, same testing method too?
Missed that, but I believe it.
Yeah.
So, he's, as far as Elon Musk is concerned, COVID-19 is suspect.
Yeah, well, the tests are definitely suspect.
Yeah.
Actually, we'll probably get gassed up for talking about the
Yeah.
virus off of YouTube more
That'll be
than
the
the
one.
gamer words, but
Well, but we can quote the CDC, and we can say that according to the CDC, only 6% of people that died with COVID-19 died actually 100% from it. The others had 2 to 3 other illnesses.
Right.
yeah, I
Or they
mean,
were-
there's all
or they
kind
were
of bullshit
fatties.
with it. One of these days, I'll do a D-Live exclusive stream on it.
I'm more concerned about like the reported side effects. You know, like there's reports of kidney damage, brain damage, spinal damage, fucking testicle damage, and it's like lung scarring, and it's like holy fuck. And the one I'm more concerned about is the brain damage one, and it's like holy shit, maybe it is real, like completely real, and it's actually causing everyone to get more fucking retarded. That explains so fucking much. Everyone's just
really
gotten
does.
so retarded
Yeah.
in the last year.
It's the retard virus.
It's like, let's make them more stupid, but not tell them that it's making them more stupid, and watch them get more stupid.
And pliable. You get a lot more compliant when you're a dum-dum.
Yep.
Yep.
Go touch.
Hey, but the
Touch
vaccine's
fire.
ready, right?
Oh, is that I didn't see that, but I saw a tweet that Trump had
Trump vaccine, though, isn't it?
he had a conference today or something.
Yeah, I watched it because I wanted to see if he was going to say something. Well, I started watching it because I wanted to see if he was going to say anything about election interference, because he didn't say it was going to be about it first. Then it was all about the vaccine. I was like, okay, I'm out,
Oh, gay.
Yeah. Gay.
So they have a vaccine, or was that the point?
There's the
I think-
Pfizer one, and he was talking.
Vaccines coming, folks.
Yeah, and he made the whole point that, they tried to say that it wasn't part of Project Warp Speed, but we paid them $1.9 billion to blah, 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 So, that was an unfortunate.
Sorry, I just someone just
Mistake
posted
they
that rainbow pancake, and it's like looks disgusting. Learn to cook better. And then someone commented, "I'd taste it, but I might catch AIDS."
Those pancakes look like they got molested as a child.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they did look disgusting though. I pulled the.
Why do gay people have to ruin
pulled that
everything?
up.
Rainbows used to be cool.
There's always
Right,
a pot of
and
gold.
what-
Now it's just a
How
fucking
does
dirty
sodomy?
Fucking gay people.
How does refracted light equate to sodomy? I'd like to know.
I really don't get it. Wasn't that fucking Harvey Milk? Did he have something to do with that?
I don't know.
Because I know that it was like
Yeah.
one guy. Like one guy did this. He made this
That
fucking
base
rainbow
politician
flag.
shot him in the head.
Yeah. He made this fucking flag, and then boom, forever, it's now a symbol of being a filthy degenerate with no self-control.
We need to take the rainbow back.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like multiple vaccines out there, and I've heard so many reports of some of them causing some fucked up brain disorders or other things or side effects. I don't plan on taking any vaccine. It's not a matter of principle. You know, I would
Didn't
take a
somebody
COVID
die
vaccine.
during the Pfizer trials and shit?
Even a Trump vaccine?
Well, as long as it's been verified.
As long
checked,
as
the
it's
problem is
Trump.
they're pushing them out, like they're making them on the line as they're testing them, so they can just fucking rush them out like crazy. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You know something. It's like if they find one that's even 90%, they're probably gonna full blow it to push it out. But the thing is, 90% and those 10%, when you're looking at like a billion people, that's a fucking huge number of people that are gonna be fucked up. That 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
So it's like I don't want to be that 10%.
And you know that this is going to be the most unpopular vaccine in history because none of the left is going to want to take it because it was released under Trump, and none of the right is going to want to take it because
that's
of
true.
the vaccine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your microphone's messed up though, bud.
Yeah, it sounds like you shook loose a little bit. But yeah, you're dead right. Yeah.
Is it better now?
No.
No.
Okay, last time this happened, there's problems. I'll restart.
All right, we got dead air again. Sweet.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just
Yeah.
reading that. It has to be a fake post.
I got a cheesy Alfredo pizza with. Oh, I got fucking sauce on my shirt. God damn it.
Animal.
Test. How do I sound?
Yeah, you
I'm
sound
such
a lot
fat
better
piece of
now.
Shit. I'm such a fat piece of shit. Sound all right.
Oh, I see the rainbow pancakes you were talking about. They don't even look like pancakes. They got all kind of weird shit
I have
in
to
them.
see if this. What
Yeah,
the
they look fucking
Brazilian president.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look like food. You know what it reminds me of? You remember that movie Hook?
Yeah.
Oh
It
my
reminds
God.
me of the food that they all eat
Yeah.
in that one
Oh,
scene.
Oh yeah, totally.
When they have the food fight.
And on
Yeah,
the Million
yeah.
Mega March, some
Wow,
some
okay.
gamer
Use your
word-
imagination,
Did
Peter.
you guys hear
some
what?
gamer word
doing?
posted a pic of a bunch of KKK guys with like an old pic of the KKK marching at the White House with American flags, and he's like, "What the
Yeah.
Million Mega March is gonna look like?" Oh well.
Oh man, that is an epic thing.
Did you
right.
guys hear what the
Just like,
president
I
of
fucking wish.
Brazil had to say?
We will never recover.
How will
Sorry.
we ever recover?
Sorry, have you guys heard what the president of Brazil had to say recently?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that was so based, dude.
I had to double check Google
Yeah.
to make sure if he actually said it because I don't know if it's a fucking troll or not. It's like on the coronavirus. I regret the deaths. I really do, but we're all going to die someday. There's no use fleeing reality. We have to stop being a country of fags.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Like,
I don't like this faggot
Yeah.
shit.
like, come on, guys, stop being a bunch of faggots. Let's.
What are
I
you
know we're
guys?
Brazil,
gay?
but let's.
Oh,
That is so
fucking
great.
Based.
I had to
Oh
Google
my
it to make sure
God.
it was real, and it's fucking legit. Holy shit! Good for him.
Who was it? I think it was. I don't think it was. It might have been Oban in Hungary, but I think it was the prime minister or whatever of Poland. They were saying he had to do some. Oh, you had to be nice to the gays or inclusive of the gays, and he was like, he wasn't having it. And they were. They said something about how like, oh, you're a tyrant. And he's like, I'd rather be a tyrant than a faggot.
Fucking base.
Right. Oh, Stella's bringing up a good point. It's God's rainbow, and that's the covenant between God and man was the rainbow, right?
That's correct.
So like,
that was the promise.
Yeah. Why are?
Yep.
How does it now represent sodomy?
Faggots are.
Yep. Because the way of Satan is to invert everything.
Exactly.
So you take the symbol of God's promise and you invert it, and it
into
becomes
faggotry.
The symbol of Satan's lie.
Yeah. I wonder if it's actually like upside down of how it. I have to look at the gay flag, but I bet it's upside down of the way the rainbow is in nature. You know.
I gotta imagine. It would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cost.
The fag flag.
In fact, that flag is appearing everywhere. Who's to say that that's not going to take over as some sort of international flag?
Good.
Down the road, it's kind of a scary thought when you think about it.
International faggotry.
Are you guys able to hear me when I burp?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's good.
It adds
You guys
character
able to
to
hear me
the
when I burp?
stream.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
I like it better than when you clear your
Yeah,
throat.
dude.
Yeah, it's definitely better than when you clear your throat. Yeah.
I mean, it's no DSP, but I'll have to do.
Ticketmaster. Did you guys see this?
Oh, I saw a little bit of it, but yeah.
I think I've heard about what you're gonna say. Yeah, go ahead.
So Ticketmaster is going to be requiring all people that buy a ticket to have proof of vaccination for COVID.
I saw that. Or I saw the headline. I didn't look at the actual article.
The only way around it is to show proof that you passed a COVID test within the last 48 hours. And so this is going to get a lot of people because there's no way that somebody is going to be able to get a COVID test within 48 hours.
And get their results back within 48 hours. You know what I mean?
Of buying a hot ticket. Because, let's say like Radiohead announces a show, those tickets sell out in like less than 10 minutes. So there's no way that you can plan that. So
Yeah.
People, whether they like it or not, if they're a concert fan, they're going to get a vaccination.
Yeah, I got my COVID test, and they're like, "Oh, the results you'll see in about 2 to 3 days." I'm waiting 2 to 3 fucking days. Nobody fucking calls me. I have to work the next day, and it's like, do I have the virus or do I not? If I go to fucking work and I find out they call me like mid-shift, "Oh yeah, you have the fucking virus," that puts my entire team at shit,
Well, and the thing about the tests is they're like not designed to like diagnose anything.
Yeah, so I called them, and they're just like, well, hold on one moment. And then she told me that I was negative. So it's like, now it's over 48 hours. So I can't imagine you buy the ticket, you have to go get the test within 48 hours. It's going to be an impossibility.
Yeah, it's retarded.
And once Ticketmaster decides they're going to do this, it's just a domino effect.
Yep.
Right, especially if people accept it, and just like let it happen. Because what it sounds like is that they're not expecting people to like get a test for the purchase of the ticket, but this is like a good way to ensure that everybody gets the vaccine. Is if one by one, companies, workplaces, whatever, make you show proof.
Right.
Because they can't make you go get a vaccine, right? But they can. They can make you unable to go to work or go out in fucking public.
Right. And then, it's just a matter of time before it turns into a regular part of our lives that we have to show proof of immunization. We got bracelets, RFID tags, the whole 9 yards.
Well, that's going to be the wave of the future.
Yeah.
I'm still not gonna get it though.
Oh, fuck.
Get fucked.
It's too risky. I mean, I completely like. I'm very much not an anti-vaxxer type person. There are certain vaccinations that are almost 100% necessary in the modern age. Even
Sure,
something
yeah.
like fucking
Like
beneficial.
MMR.
I mean, I used to be like that.
Absolutely.
And
Polio.
actually, it's
Polio.
because the polio. There's so much. Like I said, one of these days I'm gonna have a stream, D-Live exclusive, because it'll get me gassed on YouTube.
There's even that one that you can get as a kid, and it makes you immune to like 90% of all like genital warts or whatever. I forgot what it's fucking called, but it's,
it's Gardasil, and it's horrible. Yeah. But I don't want to go into this. I don't want to go into this while I'm streaming on YouTube, because that'll get my channel gas faster than Gamer Words real well.
Yeah, like you're saying, the fucking the very big ones, like what is it you were saying before? Fucking the most common diseases that you're supposed to get, because otherwise you're
measles and like they had the big scare about measles. What was it, last year or something? I think 2 years ago, maybe.
Because it was making a return because of a bunch of people.
Oh my God! Everybody's got the measles. Yeah. It's like, oh, shut the fuck up.
Or like shingles, isn't that one that you get a vaccine for?
I don't know.
Now, yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, it's not something I want to go into while I'm actively streaming on YouTube, because
that one you get as a kid.
That's the type of shit they try to keep off. They don't want you to know about that. So I'll do.
I will say this: I haven't gotten my
D-Live / BitChute exclusive on that one at some point. But
I am way overdue for a tetanus shot, though.
Probably when I can get Grumples on, because he's looked into that pretty heavily. That'll be a good conversation when we do it. But
I always try to get my tetanus shots on time, because I'm always fucking with rusty metal.
How convenient is it, though, that you can blame the reemergence of
I've
measles?
stepped on fucking nails and cut my hand open so many times, and I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen people with the worst gashes and fucking nails actually stuck in there for like construction workers with nails. They just pull it out, wrap it up. All right, back to work. It's like, you don't need a tetanus shot? What's that?
Did I mute myself?
Yeah.
How long have I been muted? What was the last thing you heard me say?
I don't even know.
I've been talking for like 10 minutes straight.
Well, we didn't hear it. Pretty much the whole 10 minutes you were muted then, because you didn't cut out or anything either.
You heard me talking about Ticketmaster, right?
Yeah, there was a Ticketmaster thing.
Oh, okay. Well, what I was going to say is that, the measles, they broke out again, and of course everybody blamed, it's because of these people not vaccinating their children. But like, people not vaccinating their children doesn't just suddenly produce measles. The measles has to come from somewhere, and it's coming over the border. And nobody wanted to say that. Maybe immigrants, illegal immigrants, are bringing measles into our country. There was when I was living in Los Angeles, they found a trailer full of illegals living in a parking lot at Best Buy, and everybody in the RV had malaria.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Just like the big Alaska RV.
Yeah, but it's the moms.
There was shit on the ceiling, shit on the walls, shit on the floor. It was horrible. Fucking idiots, man.
Yup, for sure.
Like, they know there's a fucking way to come here, and we will let you in every single fucking time as long as you're willing to take the tests and learn the shit you need to learn and pay whatever fucking fee that's probably some fucking like fucking tiny ass fucking fee to get here, and we'll make you a fucking citizen. What's so fucking hard about that? God damn it.
No,
it pisses me off so much.
See, I climb fence.
Huh?
See, I climb fence.
I climb fence.
I climb fence.
Yeah, motherfucker, I'll round you up myself and ship you back.
Hey, why doesn't Mexico...
I'll put you in a cardboard box and send you to Fresno.
Why doesn't Mexico have have an Olympic team?
If you don't behave yourself, I'm going to put you in a box and ship you to Fresno.
Hey, they made it all over the country
jump
now.
Over the border.
They've made it all over the country
They
now.
make a great pole vaulting team.
You know, I grew up in Texas, so like I was used to them.
Well,
And then I lived in California, so there are plenty there too. But then like started going around all over the country, and at first there wasn't any Mexicans, you know. But now they're literally everywhere. So you walk into any construction site, and it's like at least
I don't mind. I think
60%
Mexicans can be
Mexican.
based sometimes.
Yeah, at least they work.
Yeah.
But they're definitely based when it comes to black people.
Right? Yeah.
Well,
That's
damn
also
true.
true.
Sorry, I dropped out for a second. Who? What are you talking about?
Mexicans are based when it comes to black people.
Yes. So I've probably mentioned this before, but I work in the restaurant business. I have for like my whole life, about 15 years now. And yeah, I see it all the time. They, as soon as you get like cool with one of them, like they feel like, you know, safe around you, they'll just start unloading and shitting all over blacks, calling them lazy. It's
Sorry.
fucking hilarious.
Sorry, Marcus DP just followed and he gave you 2
Yep, and he gave us
sorry,
2
2
diamonds. 2 diamonds with no message.
2
Thank
diamonds.
you, Marcus. Greatly
he-
appreciated.
He just sent the diamonds. No super chat attached to that or
Nope,
anything.
no message or chat. Just the diamonds. So
That's very kind of him.
thank you, Marcus. Glad to have you on the channel. We have fun here.
For that, I'll share a tip with you. For sharing those diamonds, I will share a tip with you. If you want to make something really good, take that garlic butter sauce in the Papa John's little cup. Put some Tapatio in there. It's the best thing you'll ever eat.
Tapatio's good.
Spicy butter sauce.
Bro.
Okay.
You gotta
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
It's
Princess
so
was
delayed.
saying
It's
she's-
so delayed.
She's,
Oh my god, it's so delayed. I was like sitting there quiet for like a minute.
But she brings up Princess bringing up a good point, because Mexico is a country, not a race. That a lot of people get confused with, because she was born in Mexico, but she's of German origin. So
Oh
That's true.
yeah.
A lot of Germans in Mexico.
yeah,
Because they were allies back in the day, and then Mexican beer and Mexican music is both directly can be traced to German polka and of course German beer.
yeah, lots of Germans in Texas too. Texas German.
Yeah.
That's where my German. Well, that's where all my blood comes from is Texas, but
Yeah.
it's all sides of my family are from Texas, but
Yeah.
yeah.
If you look up Louis C.K.'s Wikipedia, it calls him a Mexican American.
Yeah. Mexican American Jew.
Yeah.
But yeah, and even like a lot of my
Isn't that a
family
Cheech and Chong song, Mexican American.
lived in Mexico for a while and stuff too.
Yeah. Well, you know, 'cause it's of course because
Oh my god.
Germany was trying to turn
Yeah, but-
Mexico into a ally against the United States.
What's that?
I said Germany was trying to.
Yeah, with the Zimmerman telegram in World War One, I remember that.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought that was
The Zimmerman telegram.
I thought that was fake. Trying to.
I-
that was like a psyop they were doing, trying to get
I'm
more.
gonna-
Maybe the
Trying to
telegram
get the-
itself was fake, but the sentiment was real. They were definitely trying to get a strategic ally in Mexico. And
I mean, it makes sense, but I'm pretty sure that was fake. Then we were just trying to get us into the war because we were sitting out the war at the time.
yeah, that's believable.
So
But it was the actual sinking of the ship that caused us to declare war, I thought.
yep. Oh, speaking of like whites in other countries, in where is it? Bolivia, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Bolivia. There's a whole like community in this one town of Confederates that after the Civil War, they, instead of rejoining with the Union and going through Reconstruction, they just went down to Bolivia and
Really?
set up shop there, and they have a big Confederate party every year, and they fly Confederate flags everywhere, and they're really Confederate patriotic and all that good stuff. It's pretty based.
Wow. I didn't
Okay,
know
that's
that.
better. I'm not delayed anymore. I'm not lagging, so I'm good now.
There you go.
Yeah, I was like talking over everybody. I felt bad because it was like the whole lip smacking thing. Like I stopped doing that, and like a good 10 seconds later is when everyone was reacting. I was like, oh shit, something's wrong. I was like, oh. I gotta fix my audio.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I was like looking, I'm like, it's not saying I'm talking, and then like I stopped, and then 10 seconds later, it's just constantly K-hole speaking. It's like, oh shit,
Yeah.
they're gonna be pissed.
Well, I'm probably going to have to get going here pretty soon.
All
But
right.
before I go, I just wanted to say that I do have a show on CBN tomorrow, and that's going to be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time and 20:30 Central Eastern Time. I'm going to be doing a 1969 show, so it's going to be a special episode. I'm going to be featuring the movie Kess. That's a British movie about a kid and his bird, pretty popular. Also going to be doing They Shoot Horses, Don't They? It's a Jane Fonda movie. It's actually really awesome. Probably your best movie. And then there's also Easy Rider. Of course, everybody knows that. And Midnight Cowboy as well.
Nice.
So the polls for that will open at 2:30 Eastern Time, and you guys can all decide which one you want to pick. And I'm going to have a lot of really good music, of course. 1969, great music that year. We're going to have the Velvet Underground, the Stooges, the Rolling Stones, Flying Burrito Brothers. I got so much music.
Nice. I
Crosby,
love the
Stills,
Flying
and
Burrito
Nash.
Brothers.
This whole fucking time, I didn't even know that was you, Steve. and he's like, he's talking about CBN? Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, it's Steve.
Yeah, I got Canned Heat, Jefferson Airplane, lots of Woodstock music, Blind Faith, David Bowie, Fleetwood Mac, Procol Harum, Creedence. I mean, it's just I've got more music than I've got time, so it's
When
going
is
to
this
be.
going on?
This is going to be happening at 2:30 p.m. And if you're in Europe, that'll be 20:30 Central Eastern Time. And
Is that tomorrow? Today?
it'll be a good one, I think. So
Sorry, is that
Yes.
tomorrow or today? Yeah.
more than welcome to come and hang out on the channel. Of course, that's at Cozy Broadcast Network.
It's cozybroadcast.network because your audio is breaking up there, so they might not have caught that very well.
Thank you. Yeah, cozybroadcast.network, and that'll take you to our website. On the website, you can follow the link to the actual show.
Awesome.
And
Yeah,
it's
if you
gonna
actually, if you just Google Cozy Broadcast Network, we're the first result, which is pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, of course, Mark Tosis is also in Cozy Broadcast Network. He does Sensei Thursdays. He had a great show yesterday. They did, he showed Transformers, the movie, and
South Park and Spawn.
yeah, yes, thank you, South Park, one of the greatest movies of all time.
That's a great musical. I was genuinely surprised.
Better uncut.
And I forgot like how J-pilled that movie is.
Yeah. Also, Spooky Movie Night starts in about 2 hours.
Oh yeah, Spooky Movie
Ooh, what you
Night.
watching?
Oh, I should find out what he's watching tonight.
Yeah.
One of the best experiences I ever watched was Frankenhooker. That was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie.
Like just that scene where all the hooker robots are exploding. My goodness.
All right.
Yeah, I
guys.
really like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say goodbye. Thanks for having me, guys, and have
You're
a good
more
rest
than
of your-
welcome, my friend.
Yep, great to have you.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, later.
Take care.
Take it easy.
Bye.
We're discussing Mexican beer over here in the D Live chat, and I don't know why, because I'm not a big fan of Mexican beer actually. But
I can't drink anything other than Mexican beer. Mexican beer is the only beer I actually really enjoy.
I can't
really,
even recall the last Mexican beer I had.
It's always like a nice lime. They always add lime to it, and I always fucking love it. I love lime in beer.
Negro Modelo's pretty decent, and
Yeah.
I like
Dos
Dos
Equis is
Equis
my
Amber. Yeah, Dos Equis
Yeah.
Amber is my
Yep.
favorite as far as Mexican beers go. But then yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Mexican beers. Well, Ben B says he fucking loves me, so I love you too, Ben B. But yeah, I love beer. I'm just not big on Mexican beer, so.
Yeah. I'm really glad. I'm really happy with the fucking hat I bought. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's an actual Stetson. I paid like it's like $230 for the hat and like extra $60 for this this big silver feather that you put into the hat. The hat. What's it fucking called? The hat.
Brim.
Yeah, the brim. Yeah, you put it in the little strap that goes around the cap, and it's
Oh,
this
yeah.
big silver feather, and it's got like a red, white, and blue accent like the American flag. It's got all the stars on it, and I'll take a picture and put it in the chat really quick. It's fucking based.
Nice.
That was like an extra $65. I saw it and I had to have it. I saw it and I was like, fuck it, I'll pay extra for it.
So yeah, there's no official announcement for the lineup because apparently on November 7th, Spooky said something about he'll be back in a few weeks because.
Oh, that's right. He's not having. There's not much of a spooky movie night for
Yes,
the next
he's,
few weeks.
Well, he's apparently they're still going to proceed with it. It's just
Yeah,
no
he
big
set up the
fanfare.
lineup, but Spooky won't be there, so it won't be like the usual. I would imagine.
Yeah, as long as we get to the bust part, that's all that matters.
Right. It's in the pipes. And only spooky movie night people will understand that one.
Yep, it's a little inside joke, I think. But yeah, we got Sunday to pretty much Saturday going, which is really good for CBN.
There you go, I sent the picture.
Oh, cool. I was just saying that I was going to post it on stream when you did, so let me see. Here we go. Oh, nice. Fancy.
Oh, did you guys see this message that China sent to Pompeo?
Oh, yeah, they got all mad at Pompeo for saying that. Man, Pompeo's been really fucking... he's been really bringing it recently.
Yeah, he's going hard.
Yeah.
But yes,
sure.
they warn him and his ilk any acts that harm China's core interests and interfere with China's domestic affairs will be met with resolute counterattack from China. Oh, thank you, China.
Yeah.
Yes, Alex, I'll take dumbest decisions of the 21st century for 500.
Is that
the United States?
Is that going to include any politicians going against that list of suggestions that China made at the UN?
Is Kim Jong-un even alive? I haven't seen him. Like, I remember there was that sister that took the role for a bit, and then...
Oh, Juice.
Yeah.
I think he's fine. Yeah, I think he's fine. Well, remember there was that article that Kim Jong Un said like he'd be willing to send in military support to help protect Donald Trump if Joe Biden didn't want to concede or some shit. I think it was a joke. I'm not sure, but like, for God's sake, Trudeau said he would send in. Remember, there's a thing with Trudeau said, like, if Trump doesn't concede, he'll send the military. But, like, Trudeau was, like, actually saying, like, yeah, he'll send the military to help protect Donald Trump or some shit.
Yeah, it was like, they had the headline. If you actually read the article, it was the exact opposite of what you'd think. Which, like, what's Canada going to do as far as that goes anyway? But, All right.
I mean, they have a lot of the same shit we do.
No more maple syrup for you guys.
Make this a little better. I'm working on getting the hat up on here as good as possible. I think that's about as good as I'm going to get there. There's the hat, ladies and gentlemen, the hat in question.
Yeah, it's not bad. The feather's a nice touch.
I like the feather. The
Thank
feather's
you.
nice. I got a really cool Texas belt buckle.
Yeah, it's, one of the reasons I wanted the Stetson, because they got that fucking buckle on there. It's also fur felt, so it's not wool. So it should be a hell of a lot more durable, waterproof, good for dress and for work. So
yeah, and more breathable too.
Yeah. I was surprised at how little give there is when you set these things on your head. I always thought, like, oh, it's not going to... This thing's fucking stiff as hell.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
Shit. Like, I like that. I like that it's really stiff, but, like, wow. Because there's no... when you put this thing on, there is no squeeze or any... It does not move. It like, sits right on the back of my head and right on my forehead is where it makes contact. But it's, I want to say like a 7.5 or something like that.
Yeah. You got a little bit bigger head than me. I usually wear 7.3/8.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you were
I hope if I
chasing
lose
Indians
weight
in the desert, you had to make sure that hat stayed on.
Right.
I hope if I lose weight, I hope it doesn't.
Well, that's why they had the chin
get too big
straps.
If I lose weight.
That's why they had the little chin strap. So if your hat flew off, it didn't go flying off all over the place.
Yeah.
See, my granddad was he rode bulls in the rodeo and all kind of shit. He raised cattle. He was a real Texas cowboy. One of the last of the greats there.
Yeah. Fun fact about Stetson, you know the drill sergeant hats, the campaign hats?
Yep.
Stetson's the company. Yeah, Stetson is the company that makes them for the U.S. military.
Yep.
You can buy them directly off their website. Yeah.
That's why. Yeah, they make all the officers' hats. They actually made them for the Confederacy too. They made them for both sides during that war.
That's how you make money. You win, you lose.
Oh yeah.
We get paid.
Right.
Yeah. So Henry made a lot of money. They sold their Henry repeating rifles to both sides.
Yep. But
only the North was able to afford them a lot better, but
But
I like a good repeating rifle.
The cowboy hat is kind of based on pretty much based on the says in Confederate cavalry officers' hats.
Yeah. I paid a lot of money.
Yeah,
$230 for the hat, $65 for the feather. I was going in there to be like, I'm gonna get that $60 Cavender's hat because that's where I went to go get this fucking thing. But then I was just like, I got a little more. Today was my payday, so I got a little bit more money than I was expecting. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go in.
Yep, I've busted out some shekels for them before. They're not cheap.
Yeah, they're worth it though. You're getting your money's worth. They had the Stetson El Presidente, which is like a $900 fucking hat they had there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, it's a gorgeous hat.
It is.
Yeah, I'm not a big hat man myself.
I don't like the way I look in baseball hats. And I was like driving through Texas one day, watching a comedian. I was like, God damn, those cowboy hats look fucking good.
I
see a lot of truck drivers with cowboy hats.
I do too.
Yeah.
But I wear a
very
baseball
specific
cap
hat fetish.
most of the time. But I do like women in baseball caps. There's something really hot about that. But
I just like women with short hair.
that's weird.
Oh fuck you.
How short?
How short are we talking here? Are we talking, soccer player short or
I'm like a pixie cut, like tomboy. I like the tomboy aesthetic for women.
That's not my bag. All right, Mazzy says he's off to bed. So good night, Mazzy.
Mazzy, good night, buddy.
Take care, Mazzy.
Night, Borther.
Short hair? Nah, not a big fan. I prefer long hair, real long hair, actually.
Yeah, me too.
I like the French. I like the French bob cut and the pixie cut, things like that.
I'm not a fan of that.
I don't
myself.
like dyke haircuts. I don't like dyke haircuts. Those fucking upset me.
Yeah.
I have to Google dyke haircut just to make sure.
It's just like a crew cut for women. That's like all it is.
Jesus. It's like I'm
Yeah,
looking at a men's haircut.
It's so funny to me when like, you know, real like butch lesbians, when they dress like that or present themselves as like a big burly man.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, man, do other lesbians like also like that? Like, is that what they're into?
I never understood
People
that.
dressing up like burly men.
Yeah, it just doesn't make fucking sense to me. Like, you'd think a lesbian would be into like a hot girl and not like a genetic misfortune.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just like,
Hey,
it's like
can you guys hear me?
their rates of like
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
their rates of like domestic abuse fucking skyrocket in the lesbian community.
All right,
They
and
get
Michael.
that fucking lesbian bed death.
That's Michael that just entered the chat. Everybody.
Yeah, what's going on,
Howdy,
friends?
Michael.
What
What's
up?
going on?
You know, if you
Erin's not feeling too great today, but
no, she's not. She's just chilling, feeling a little under the weather. So
yeah.
I'm going solo.
Yeah.
Saturday blues.
Friday blues.
Fucking Friday, you
Friday.
fucking retard.
I keep thinking it's Saturday because I usually work Saturdays, but not Fridays, so it's a different
But,
day for me.
Yeah, that is a weird thing about lesbians. Like, you
Yeah.
take the reverse of that. It's not like gay men are, you know, into really gross fat guys. I mean, gay men are into other good-looking men, you know?
So
Well,
my
no,
dad
like,
always
yeah,
said
like
about gay
bears or
guys.
whatever
He's
they're
like,
called.
I'll never
I mean,
understand.
they're gross
them.
and degenerate and into everything, but, you know, I mean...
What my dad always said about gay guys is that I'll never understand a guy that would rather hear a fat boy fart than a thin girl moan.
That's a good saying.
That's a
Yeah.
that's a good aphorism right there.
Yeah, I think he might have got that one from his dad too. So might be a.
But I mean, it's
Wait,
funny
wait,
because
did he
like
said-
most. Sorry,
he
go ahead.
said He said gay men would rather hear a fat man fart than a thin girl moan.
Basically, he said he'll never understand a guy that would rather
That's
hear a
funny.
fat boy fart than a thin girl moan.
That's funny. That's a good one. Sorry, Jamie. Go ahead.
No, you're cool. I was just gonna say, it's the same with dudes, like with gay dudes. I just don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they date
Like, I think
very
there's a
feminine
reason.
boys.
Right. I think there's a reason that like so many gay guys, like their like goal is, what do they call it? Like turning or flipping a straight guy, right? Which I doubt ever happens, honestly. But
I mean,
because
that
you know they're not.
I wouldn't
even
even
like
say
Queen-
that's actually possible, in my personal opinion. So
Right, you're already gay. Like if you're not getting turned, you're just like, you're just gay.
You're just gay.
Yeah.
Well, like that's why I think like the whole trap thing, like traps are like half gay to me, because like if you're a straight dude and you fuck like a trap or like a femboy, like you're not fucking them because they're a dude. You're fucking them because they look so female. They're almost like a chick with a dick, pretty much. So like
Yeah,
I'm gonna still
that's
say it's a homosexual
That's
act.
the
You're still
main
committing.
problem. Is that
I'm
they
gonna
have
have
to
you're
to
take
still
it
disagree with you
committing-
on that
Yes.
one, bud. Like,
You're still committing a homosexual act because you're still fucking a man.
yeah, it's
But,
like I
like-
was talking about last night. What they
my
said,
radio.
they were like, they had the trannies were like, 98% of straight men said they wouldn't date a transsexual, and I was saying, yeah, and 2% of straight men are actually gay.
Yeah.
I think I remember that.
I don't
Yeah.
know, man. You go down in the Philippines, it's hard to tell sometimes.
I see. Well, I'm not. I don't got the yellow fever either. I never quite understood that one either. So.
That's like the brown fever,
Yeah,
Yeah.
malaria.
Manila fever.
How much? $5? Nah, those are dick prices. I'm getting That sounds to me like dick prices. I'm gonna go get a real woman.
Yeah, I guess in like Thailand you can't really tell the difference, but who cares? Because I don't want it either way.
Right.
Yeah.
The trap thing's weird. But what do you think about the guys that are into trap. Like that's just gay.
I agree. Animal
right?
says trap is 100% gay, and I
Like,
fully
you know
agree.
that,
I really don't fucking care if they're gay or not. It's like I've seen some people who pull it off. Like it's weird. I don't know how. I think maybe like there's I think like like the whole intersex thing where someone's born like a male but they're born with like female genitalia, or they're born like a woman but they have like male
I don't believe
genitalia
that shit.
because like.
No,
I do. Here, well,
I
here's
don't
why.
believe in
I
that
disagree.
shit.
Here's why. Here's why I believe in it. And it's because of all the shit they put in
Because
our
you're
fucking
23,
water, like
so
the
like,
astrazine.
you grew up with them shoving bullshit in down your fucking throat.
Well, they're turning frogs.
I will agree to the point. I think at the point you're trying to make, like all the shit that we're pumping into the fucking food and shit, like it's probably doing something
Alex
to
Jones
the
was right.
fucking
Yeah,
brains.
Alex Jones was right about the fucking gay frogs thing because there was that scientist who did tests on fucking this tap water with the astrazine in it, that pesticide, and it was showing that it would make frogs, like not only affected frogs, like made them like literally like their genitals would change or they become asexual.
Yeah, it wasn't
or
just
like
gay.
trans.
Well, frogs do that anyway, though.
It
so.
would in community in like neighborhoods with high exposures to astrazine in the tap water, like more young men were like being like young boys at like birth were being born with micro penises and shit. So it was like fucking people up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and see, frogs do that anyway. If there's ever like all the male frogs or all the female frogs
like an alarming
disappear out of a population for something, or there's too much of one sex, then some of them will start switching to the other. Come on, haven't you seen?
Like this is like a normal like healthy population where there's a healthy number of.
Well, I was getting to that,
but it was still happening.
Yeah, I was getting to that because if there's different shit in the water from the chemical fertilizers and shit that cause probably more estrogen in the water and shit, then it'll turn them. So it's interfering with their natural processes that's triggering them to go into the switching their thing there, from
their thing.
Well, because like
they're
frogs, like anatomically aren't that complicated as far as their sex organs, So like, it's not much change to happen there. It's not like a person where like there's a lot more involved.
You gotta get a doctor involved.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
chop off that dick.
Right. Make that
what
gaping
do you think
wound.
about? What do you think about guys that are into traps? So like guys that are like, oh, I'm straight.
I think they're homosexual.
Yeah, you're
that's
definitely
gay. Like you've seen that that Blair chick, that like MAGA Blair.
Oh yeah, Blair White.
Blair White, and there's a video of her and her boyfriend. And the boyfriend is like, it was like a reaction video. They're looking at her old photos when she was in high school and just still a dude. And he's like, oh my God, that's crazy. And it's like, what are you surprised about? Like, you have sex with her and she has a penis. So.
Yeah. Well, he's probably surprised at how much of a man she looked like.
But it's still.
Well, like I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you. When I was like, I'd say probably about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was into traps. You want to know what happened? I developed a stronger connection to Jesus Christ, and I cut that shit out.
Okay.
Well, thank God you did.
Jesus saves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everyone needs more Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you just
half this shit wouldn't be fucking happening right now if people just believed in shit.
Right.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, there is like a big problem with hormone disruption, and that's where a lot of this gayness and transsexualness.
That and like the psychological, you're getting hit on two fronts with, the hormonal and then the psychological.
It's kind of a full-on all-out attack on it, because
it really is. Yeah.
They're hitting it culturally, socially, and chemically,
It works.
Apparently. I mean, not that much. It's still only like 2%, and they have like a 40% fucking suicide rate, so.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about the mask thing? Do you always, like, refuse to wear it whenever you go in somewhere?
listen. My job, I cannot afford to be refused entry into some place. Like if I need to get fuel, or I need to get food,
I'm not
or I
talking
need to
about
go pick
work.
up.
Well,
no, like, but I'm constantly working. But see, I'm working like, so I work for like, I go out on the road for a month, come home for like 3 days. So, to me, the majority of it having any relevancy is going to be on the road.
It's going to be at work.
So to be in the Swift terminals, you got to be wearing a mask. To go into a pilot flying J, you got to wear a mask. To go into the office at a shipper or receiver to get your paperwork, or to give them your paperwork, you got to be wearing a mask. And the fact that I'm all over the country all the time, to me, I think for truck drivers to wear masks, it's probably more important for us to wear masks than somebody who's just going to and from work every day.
Like,
they're
dude,
not in fucking risk. I'm all over the country. If anyone's gonna catch it, it's gonna be fucking me. I'm surprised I haven't caught it already. Maybe I haven't. I just didn't do anything to me. I'm fucking American.
I don't even know if I believe in it, but I'm not gonna go into that on this while I'm on YouTube. So,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I keep one in my pocket, and you're supposed to wear them if you go into stores in here. So if I have to put one on, I'll pop it on, and leave my nose hanging out so I can breathe. And
I try to refuse to wear it as much as possible. Take a stand.
Aaron dude, I see people on the bike trails, like jogging, walking, riding bikes with a fucking mask on.
It's like, what are you doing? It's like you're more unhealthy trying to jog or ride a bike with a mask than without.
It's so fucking stupid. Like, I'll when I go out, I legit just like have my skull mask around my neck, and I pull it up if I have to go in anywhere. But I definitely don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's fucking stupid.
Store right now.
Yeah, I have to wear it for work. It's one of those things.
Yeah, they just today they came to me at work and they're like, "Hey, you have to. If the health department comes in, we'll get written up, and if they see it a second time, then they're gonna shut the restaurant down."
And personally, I don't mind wearing a mask. I don't have an issue with it, especially when you're working like with directly in front of customers and shit.
Yeah.
I'll put it on, and that way I also get like, there's also that disconnect. Like I don't see your face, you don't see my face. My name could be John, Bob, fucking Dick. Doesn't matter.
Dick.
Yeah.
If my name was Richard, I would go by Dick.
My dad believes it's like a big compliance thing. Like, oh, they're trying to see who's gonna comply in the new world order. I'm like, Dad, it's a mask. You can just pull the fucking thing off.
Yeah.
Like, oh yes, yeah, I'm wearing it. And then as soon as they look away, you just take the fucking mask off and go about your business.
Yeah, the only problem I have with this mandatory mask stuff is I don't know if you guys saw that clip of the guy getting his truck robbed by the 3 fucking joggers.
Yeah.
They had I think an RPK, I'm not sure. But they definitely had an assault rifle, handgun, and they just robbed this guy. And it's like, can you identify these men? They're wearing fucking masks. Okay, the black guys with masks. That's like half the fucking country.
And they all look the same as it is.
Right? In his driveway, he was apparently the story was he was getting ready for work. He had his tools in his back or truck. He was just getting ready to go to work. Fucking robbed broad daylight. All of his tools,
fucking
truck,
insane,
everything gone.
dude.
I mean, you could probably guess what was under the mask. A pair of big lips and
big ass, wide ass nose.
Yeah, big wide nose.
Should just be like, all right, yeah, you can
George
take my
Floyd
truck.
nostrils.
You know what would be a really funny anti-theft system is if someone gets in your truck after they steal it, you push a button on your key fob, or they probably take your keys. But you keep like a spare key fob, you push a button and it just starts telling everybody inside like the truck's like about to fucking blow up. And you just tell them, yeah, I rigged it with explosives, so it's just gonna kill you when you get in with it.
Right.
Now, at the point they're pointing guns at you, I'd be like, oh no, this truck is yours. Please take it. And then they drive a couple of meters down the street. Beep. Cop show up. What happened? I don't fucking know. Maybe they were playing with bombs in there. I don't know.
Tell
you what happened.
With a situation like that, the car, okay, whatever. The car is insured. It's more the crap I keep in my car that would piss me off more.
No, you could tell at the end of the video he was trying to open up the back of his truck to get his tools out and shit and some of the stuff because it's like, you know what, you can take my truck, but I need these tools to fucking work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like whatever, the truck's insured, but I need.
Bro, they just needed to pick up some new tools for their jobs. Come on.
Right. Their job at the
That's why you just gotta fucking
like
hit the fucking gas.
Right. Their job
Just hit
at
the
the
gas.
Do you have
Just
no
fucking
sympathy?
drive.
I mean, they
Their
can't
job at the
afford
pawn
these tools,
shop.
okay?
Chances are they don't know how to shoot accurately. You're driving away at high speed. Now they have just discharged a firearm in city limits. They're going to be able to find those rounds and say, "Oh, this is a 7.62 by 39 out of an AK pattern rifle. Oh, we just arrested these 2 joggers for open carrying illegal firearms in the city limits. Oh, one of them just so happens to shoot this round, and it's dirty, like it's just been shot. Oh, I guess we know who just started firing off rounds from this police report filed by this truck driver or whatever."
Yeah. I also bought, like, when they first started with the mask shit, I bought a 5-pack of skull masks.
Dude,
and they're actually, like, really thin, so they don't really block your breathing very much and stuff. So,
yeah, they're not too hot.
Yeah, I'll wear those quite a bit, too, because then I'm like,
Yeah, I got like
it's my big fuck you.
I got a gray.
Right, I wear mine at work.
I got a gray spandex one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we gotta like figure out a way to we gotta figure out a way to not like talk over each other.
Nearly impossible, because it's either we're doing no talking at all, waiting for somebody else to talk, or we're talking right over each other.
Yeah, exactly.
One or the
It's
other.
latency. It's fucking latency. It's because like I'm using a phone. Is anyone else in here using a phone?
Yeah.
Desktop.
I'm on my laptop.
So like
I'm on my laptop.
All right. Okay, so like you guys are all using computers. I'm using a phone. So like, it's fucked. It's fucked. It's nobody's really fault. I'd say it's probably just because like my signal probably doesn't reach you guys until a little bit after I'm done talking. So.
Well, I've been on a lot of Hangouts and like talking over each other. It's just kind of the norm.
Yeah, I'm Canadian. I don't want to be rude.
Sorry.
I don't want to be the annoying guy on the podcast, you know, because like everyone's gonna be like that K-hole guy keeps talking over everybody. I'm just like, fuck.
Oh, we love it, Ed.
Trying to run over people in his truck.
Jeez,
Fuck's
Louise, the
sake.
K-hole guy.
We love it, K-hole.
Yeah.
That's why I like you on the show. You had an interesting element with the
wild card,
right?
The occasional horn honk, and then get the fuck out of the way.
That was funny. That was funny. I forgot to mute myself.
Well, like I said, you should do streams where you just like put your phone so the camera's pointing out the windshield,
yeah. I should get
so
like a separate dash cam.
You
Because
go
I can't
like
access the
cross-country?
footage on the one in here.
or dash
Yeah,
cam,
long
something
haul.
like that, and then
Go long haul.
Yeah.
The pay is much better, right? than
Why do you have
like
two
local.
cameras? One's for safety and then one's for fun.
right. You just have
Dash
them
cams are
out there
fucking
you honking
expensive.
and yelling at everybody.
How much better is the pay for long haul versus like local?
Well, I think it's just that you're
Depends
doing
on
it
your
for
company.
more hours.
No, not necessarily. Like local, they're gonna give you like if I say we're if I were to like switch to Eagle Trucking, which is also based in Tucson.
Yep.
Like my uncle.
I think my
Daryl,
dad worked for them briefly.
He's married. Yeah, my uncle Daryl. He's the reason I got into truck driving, because my aunt divorced my other uncle and she remarried him, Daryl, and
And my brother Daryl.
he's a
and my
local
other
driver.
brother Daryl.
Yeah, he's a local driver, and he drives from Tucson to Phoenix, Phoenix to LA, LA back to Phoenix, and then Phoenix back to Tucson. And I think he does that daily, and he's back home. He like goes out at like early in the fucking morning and comes home at like 10 at night.
Yeah, my dad
But
for
like, but it's a weekly job. It's a weekly job, and then you get your days off and stuff. But like, it still pays not exactly the same, but like you're probably getting still like $700-800 a week, maybe.
Yeah, like my dad, he worked for a lot of companies over the years, but then he was driving for Exxon for a while. And then the second wreck that somebody plowed into the back of him and the fucking started leaking fuel. One time it actually exploded, and I think the time it actually exploded, and he had to. So that's when he was like, "Okay, I'm not driving a bomb anymore." So then he started working for Frito-Lay, but he got
Those guys make a fuck ton of money now. Those hazmat drivers that haul the crude oil and shit for Exxon.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing
guys.
that for a while, getting my CDL and working in the driving in Texas.
Yeah, those guys can make up to like 200 a year, 200,000 a year. The guys who haul like oversized loads, like heavy equipment or like the wind turbine blades.
Yeah.
Those guys, because they have to drive really slow.
Yeah.
Once they get to their destination, they leave their truck there and they're driven back by a guy in a car. And those guys can make like 200,000 a year. It's ridiculous.
Nice.
But I'm making like 700, 800 a year on a good week. Sometimes on a really good week, I can make 1,000, but usually it's between the 500 to 800 range.
Yeah.
But so.
Yeah, I know somebody that I.
But if that's why one of the many reasons I also voted for Trump a second time is because, I don't want to lose my paycheck.
Yep.
That was the biggest thing. Like it was hard to find a job under Obama. It was like difficult.
Yeah. When I graduated high school in 2015, May of 2015, like I could barely get I worked at a Fry's for 3 days as my first job, and they would always have, and I was working produce, right? And they'd always have me take shit out to the trash chute. And that room, the back room with the trash chute, always just smelled like death. It just smelled like, it was like rotting vegetables and meat.
Yeah.
Horrible. I fucking quit that job. I worked at Walmart for a month from like December 1st to January 1st. That job sucked. Then I tried getting a job at a at a Fry's. And then
why was the Fry's? Why did the back room smell so bad?
Fry's is a grocery store.
That was where the trash chute.
Oh, Fry's was an electronic store.
I was thinking Fry's the electronic
one.
store.
Yeah,
Fry's is a Kroger brand for Arizona. But anyway, as I was saying, and then after Walmart, I tried getting a job at a call center for Verizon.
Oh.
And I didn't make it past the training. It was paid training, so I was still getting paid. But like I just showed up late too much because they wanted you there at 5 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon.
To fucking call people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But then I became a security guard, and I did security for 2 fucking years for Valley-wide protection, and then VetSec. Valley-wide was cool because when I first worked for them, like all I got to have was a pair of handcuffs. VetSec, you didn't get handcuffs or anything. It was a hands-off job. Anything happens, you call 911. Then I went back to Valley-wide after VetSec. They made me a level 2 officer, so I had like a baton, pepper spray, and handcuffs. Then I got canned from that one because somebody had a grudge against me because I busted them for snorting coke in their truck in the parking lot in an apartment complex. Because I worked apartment complexes and stuff. So I got the cops on them.
They usually frown on that sort of thing at jobs.
Yeah, and so that guy held a grudge at me, and he called my this company already didn't like me very much because they had already fired me once before. So they get a call saying like, hey, your security guard's just been sitting in his car for the last hour. Well, I don't know what the deal is. He's supposed to be up and walking around, right? And they're like, yeah. I was like, all right, we'll give him a call. So that night, I got an email saying that I had a meeting with our captain. The next morning, I went to go talk to him. He's like, "Yeah, you're fired." And I'm like, "Why?" He says, "I can't tell you. You have to go talk to the owner." I was like, "All right, talk to the owner." He's like, "Yeah, you were sitting in. Someone said they saw you sitting in your car for about an hour." I said, "I wasn't." I was like, "Too bad." Well, did they have any video of it? No. And he's like, "Well, so then what? Well, why are you firing me?" Well, sorry, it's company policy. You can't be sitting in your car. I'm like, "You have no evidence of me sitting in my fucking car, and you're firing me."
Yeah.
I was like, sorry, that's the way she goes. I'm like, all right, fine. Then after that, not long after that, I got into a fight with my stepdad, spent some time in jail, got out, and started going to school to get my CDL. Got my CDL, finished my probation, and I've been driving trucks ever since.
Life story of John.
Yep.
Started at Fry's. Now you're driving trucks.
Right. I worked at a grocery store when I was.
Well, I think everyone needs to work at one of those shit, either retail jobs, grocery store jobs, fast food jobs, because then it reminds you how shit the job is and how.
Yeah.
How much also a dollar is worth.
Just do a shitty job until you're 21. At 21, you can that's the age when you can get a license to just do about anything. You have to be 21 to get your CDL, like forklift certification. Turn 21, look at like being a plumber, being an electrician, truck driver, forklift operator, construction worker, anything that requires a permit. Go out and go to class and get that permit. Ask your parents for some financial aid. You know, don't get a loan or any of that bullshit. Just go ask your parents for it and get the fucking permit, get your licenses, and just work a blue-collar job. You're going to make so much more money. You're going to feel so much more fulfilled because you actually, like with my job, I can like walk into a store to buy something and realize, oh yeah, you know, a truck driver, everything in a fucking store, a truck driver delivered.
I will totally agree with you there, and this is coming from
I brought
like
Christmas trees. I was in Oregon and I picked up a load of Christmas trees in my dry van. They filled it up with ice, and I drove that dry van trailer from like Portland, Oregon, all the way to like San Antonio, Texas, and I made sure a bunch of kids got to have Christmas with a fucking tree. And you know how great that made me feel? You know how that fucking made me feel? I almost wanted to like fucking cry a little bit because I felt so fucking proud.
But yeah, that's what I was gonna say
awesome.
was that like, and this is coming from the perspective of a guy who, like, I went to college and studied computer science, and I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I'm a pretty damn good developer. But I've worked a lot of like construction and factory
jobs that have nothing to do with your
jobs
computer.
that have absolutely nothing to do with it because I got paid better.
Mm-hmm.
And,
absolutely.
And I don't have to deal with fucking libtard fuckwads and H-1Bs trying to take my job.
Oh yeah, you can get those people just by like, how many jobs have you had in your life? And it's like, one part-time, and it's like, holy fuck.
Right.
Man, I've had like 4 or 5 full-time jobs that was sometimes 2 at one time just to get by.
Yeah.
You're complaining about fucking how one part-time job 4 hours a week is fucking brutal. Suck my balls.
I would imagine a lot of libtards in the coding world.
Yeah.
Oh, did you ever see that Twitter post about the left retard? He had tinnitus and he couldn't take it because all he did was like, he was a coder and he listened to headphones and apparently he shot himself because the tinnitus was so bad. I'm like, you fucking pussy.
What a fucking pussy.
Like seriously, like that little buzzing, I hear that all the time. Fucking.
He shot himself over that?
He shot himself because the tinnitus was just too loud.
The tinnitus was too loud.
My dad has tinnitus from this time in the fucking. I told you guys that story about my dad in '88 in Desert Shield, the oil tankers and shit. Yeah. He has tinnitus from that. My stepdad has tinnitus because when he started out in the aerospace industry, he started out as putting fucking aluminum panels on a fucking C5 Galaxies and shit. So he used a big ass fucking rivet gun to put that shit in. You know, worked his way up as a program manager and everything, but he has tinnitus from all that shit.
Dude, one time I shot a
rivet equipment.
Like, I've gone to like 1 million concerts. I used to go to like 200 to 300 concerts a year, pretty much.
Head like, right next to the speaker. No
dude,
fucks given.
Yeah.
That is a shitload of concerts.
Yeah, I used to go to a shitload of concerts. And
you can like scream at the person next to you and they can't fucking hear you.
Right. And I've worked in all kinds of factories and fucking construction sites and all kind of crazy shit, right? But you usually wear ear protection. But what gave me tinnitus more than anything, I get it every once in a while. It's not too bad. But like one time I shot a 50 cal without ear protection because I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't need no fucking ear protection. Oh my god, dude! I couldn't hear for like 3 days. Like,
what'd you say?
My ears were ringing for like 2 weeks.
Just that.
So yeah, if you're gonna shoot a 50 cal, wear ear protection. My PSA for the night.
Write that one down.
Right. And then, I was thinking, like, I've shot 45s all the time and never use ear protection for that or whatever. 44, 45, shit like that. I never used ear protection for anything, but that 50 cal, you want some ear protection for that, let me tell you.
Yeah. What kind of gun was it? Was it a handgun or a rifle?
Rifle.
Okay, so it was like 50 BMG.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you shoot? Something that exploded?
Yeah, it was a watermelon.
Yep, I bet that exploded.
Yep. It was very satisfying, except that I couldn't hear. But
you can blow up a watermelon with a 223. That's one of the reasons why the military was like okay with it. Because here's the funny story about why the government adopted the M16. Eugene Stoner, one of the guys who worked with Eugene Stoner on the Eugene Stoner sold the rights of the AR-15 to Colt.
Yep.
Armalite sold it to Colt.
Yep.
And so Colt.
That's what the AR stands for, is Armalite rifle.
Yeah, Armalite. But under Colt, it was the SP-1.
Yep.
And in about 1965, right before we went into Vietnam, the Air Force was using them. They were using the Colt 601.
Yeah.
And one of the spokesmen for Colt was really close friends with the Secretary of the Air Force. And the Secretary of the Air Force was having his birthday. And at his birthday, he had a whole bunch of stuff set up to shoot, a whole bunch of guns laid out, and a barbecue going. Real good old school kind of based guy.
Yeah. And
the spokesman for Colt was invited, so he brought his new rifle. He brought a Colt 601. He gave it to the. God damn it! What the fuck is going on back there?
I think that's Mike's. I think I heard Aaron in the background.
Oh, sorry.
Aaron's like throwing shit at him. But anyway, what is it?
Sounded like some
the Secretary of the Air Force
going on.
Picked up the 601 and shot a watermelon, and the watermelon exploded, and he was like, oh, this is fantastic. It's a lightweight cartridge, just at a really high velocity of 3,000 feet per second. He was like, oh, yeah, sure. So he spoke with them, got a bunch of orders from Colt. Or Colt got a bunch of orders from the Air Force. Then the Army got wind of it. The Marine Corps got wind of it. And then, because of the Army and Marine Corps that gave their input, they created the M16.
Yeah.
The M16, as we know, in Vietnam, had a very bad reputation. It's not because of the rifle, it's because the government never issued cleaning kits with the rifles. And because of that, things like the gas tube would fill up with carbon. A lot of shit would happen with the rifle.
Yeah.
They didn't have dust covers or anything like that. They didn't. Forward assist isn't important. You don't really actually need one of those. But that's why the M16A1 rolled around, because it had a forward assist. It had a dust cover. They actually gave you a cleaning kit to put inside of the butt stock. And but the 223 cartridge, because of its high velocity, it blows up a watermelon. But when it hits a person, it's actually not as deadly of a round as like the 308 was or the 30-06.
Yeah.
And 308.
Once you start pushing out past 400 yards, the 223 it is such an underperformer.
Yeah.
That's why in Afghanistan and Iraq, you see a bunch of guys pulling M14 or M1As, the M14s out of warehouses, putting Sage custom EBR stocks on them, scopes and everything, brand new barrels, so that they can reach out to like 600, 700 yards now, like we used to be able to back in World War II with the M1 Garand. The M1A never actually saw any serious combat usage until Vietnam, but even then it was already being replaced by the M16.
Yeah.
But that was like, in Vietnam, we didn't have super long-range engagements.
Right, my dad was
we never really knew.
My dad was in Vietnam, and he always
used,
he was M16 and hand grenade expert. So that was
the M1 Garand. We would have been better off just keeping the M1 Garand until we had the M16.
Probably.
Because the M1A was just that bad of a gun.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask you guys
coming out of Springfield Armory now are all right. What?
It's mostly just about the. Have you heard about those 3D printed guns, the plastic guns, or I forgot what they named it. Or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard about them.
Yeah, like the Plastikov. There's that one paintball looking thing that you can use to make like a little 9mm carbine. I like it.
I've been told, like I remember doing research maybe about 5 years ago, and they were only one shot then because pretty much the plastic would fucking melt, right? Now
that was the gun that the media talked about.
The Liberator, I think they called it.
Shot. Yeah, the plastic like the Liberator 2. But see, the problem is the original ones. The guy was like, "Yeah, you can put a 38 special in there." People would do it, and the gun would blow up. Now it's a 22 long rifle. So everyone's just like freaking out. I was like, buddy, if only you knew the shit you could actually make with a 3D printer, you'd be pissing your pants.
Right.
Yeah, but apparently now they're able to do multi-shots in some of these plastics and stuff.
Yeah, you could. You like the Plastikov is a 3D printed lower receiver to build your own AK parts kit on. So it's an it's an AK pattern rifle. There's another one like I think it's like the Plastic 9 or some shit like that, and you use like Glock magazines, and it's a little semi-auto Glock like 9mm carbine. The thing is, they're not that durable. I saw a Vice documentary about a guy who used sintered metal powder 3D printing to make a 1911. Here's the thing: it worked and it shot. I guarantee you put more than 1,000 rounds to that gun, and you're going to see a catastrophic failure.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, I wouldn't be the guy that tested that shit. That's for sure.
It worked when he shot it. Like I said, 1,000 rounds.
Yeah.
But the reality,
that's like a novelty item.
The reality is, if someone needs a gun like that and they're just for home defense, you're only going to use it once, and you're only going to shoot maybe 5, 6, maybe 10 times, and that person is either dead or fucking out the door running.
No, like the little 9mm like carbine, little 9mm carbine. That one actually works pretty well. Because you're using like stamped parts to make like an upper receiver, things like anything that's not restricted. Like you'll see videos on Twitter of guys in like fucking Europe who have these things because, some of these other parts like parts they were able to get from like fake guns or like decommissioned firearms. Yep. And then use those parts to, so it works, and it'll last a while. You got to remember the Glock, although they're not polymer, they're like, like a 3D printed material. Yep. They're a little more durable than you'd think, as long as you put enough material in the areas that are going to take a lot of stress. You build up those areas, give them a lot more material than you normally would. Like the Plastikov, that fucking lower receiver that's 3D printed is fucking huge. It looks like a fucking boat. It's a boat, and it's huge, but it works. And it needs to be like that because it's plastic, and it needs to withstand that,
Yeah, like at one point in time, I was never really big into guns. I was always, why would I need it? But I've recently watched a lot of those videos where it's like, you might not be doing anything, and just the crackhead down the street it just decides to have a moment with your fucking door and a machete or something, and it's like,
yeah, exactly. But the one thing I always tell people who are interested in it but like not sure, I tell them I don't even bring up the self-defense subject until later. The first thing I tell them is it's a fun hobby. You can have a really good time out there. It's a good way. Like if you've never really been into yoga, but you really want something that allows you to use a lot of focus, focus on something and really like put your mind, like learning how to shoot a rifle at a fairly low, at like 100 yards, and you've never done it before. That learning how to do that can be very relaxing and very it's time consuming, but it's fun and it gives you something to do.
I've been to the firing range. It's definitely
fun. It's fun. It's expensive though.
It's expensive.
Because if you want to put someone off the guns, bring up the self-defense subject right away, and they're going to be put off. Like, oh my god, I don't know,
I don't want to put in that situation.
Don't bring up the idea of killing. Yeah, well, don't bring it up with someone who's new to it, because now you're talking about having to kill somebody in self-defense.
Yeah, like if it's a liberal or something.
Talk about the fun part. Yeah, talk about why it's fun to just go to the range and just focus.
It's like, hey, this gun will blow someone's head off. Like, oh no, that's terrible. Like, no, I see what you're saying. Just go at the angle of just a fun hobby, which it is. It's
you can turn someone into Swiss cheese with this fucker.
It's not a fucking expensive hobby. Fuck off with that shit. It's not expensive. It's expensive if you're poor.
No, if you gotta go to the gun range, it's expensive.
Yeah, if you keep going to the gun range, it can be definitely expensive.
The range I go to,
I mean, if you got your own property where you could shoot.
Well, the range I go to, it's $15, and if
you go like once a week,
yeah, well, I know, but like you give them $15, and they're like, "What are you shooting? Rifle, pistol, or rifle and pistol?" $15, they'll let you shoot whatever you have, as long as it's not full auto. They'll let you shoot your rifle. If you want to pack up your rifle and go shoot pistol, you don't have to pay extra to shoot pistol. You paid $15 for an entrance fee. You can shoot whatever you want. As long as you follow their rules and all that. And the rules at the range I go to are
pretty fucking simple.
They're very simple rules.
Don't point a gun at someone.
Over your shoulder. Yeah.
Has anyone seen that Twitter video where the two guys are in the booth, and then the one guy's like, ha ha ha, and then he points the gun at him, and you just see the clearly the fucking owner of the range or someone that works at the range is just like, no, grabs the gun, points it down, get the fuck out, get the fuck. He's yelling.
Yeah.
He just tells him to get the fuck out.
Not in
you
my
don't
range.
you don't play with that, even if it's empty. You don't fucking point a gun at someone's head, unless you know.
Yeah, they'll toss you real quick.
Imagine if they weren't at a
immediate
public range,
ban.
they were out in the desert.
I mean, yeah.
One of the places I like to go shooting is Sasko, and that's an abandoned mining town, and it's not a range, but you're allowed to shoot there. So there's no
the whole town.
Sometimes,
the whole town is a range, huh?
Yeah, no, it was like it was abandoned back in like the early 1900s. So it's like there's like a concrete smelter and like the leftover basement of a building, but it's nice because you can go out there. There's no rules, so you're still safe, but you don't have to worry about an RSO breathing over your shoulder. You don't have to worry about other people. It's nice. You can just do it if you want to like bump fire or hip fire. Or
that's what I usually do. Is just shoot at beer cans and shit in the woods.
Go cryptid hunting.
I just wish people would fucking clean up. I just wish people would fucking clean up after themselves. Because that's what gets
pick
those
up
places.
Your
There
breasts.
used to be a place.
My second PSA for the day. Pick up your breasts. And your fucking.
Not too long ago.
If you're shooting beer bottles, clean up the beer
targets
bottles
and shit. Yeah, they leave all the cans and targets and whatever.
I went out there not too long ago. Someone left a shot up, beat up fucking car out there that they were shooting up, and it's just like there used to be a place up in Catalina. The place I'm talking about is up in Red Rock near Picacho Peak on the I-10.
Cool thing
the place I used to go to was a piece of private property that the owner said, "Hey, anybody wants to come in and shoot, you don't have to pay or anything. Just clean up after yourself and just drive right in. You don't have to say hi." Or anything. He shut that down. So now when you try to go in there, a sheriff's deputy is going to pull you over and tell you to turn around and leave. Because people kept leaving their fucking washing machines, their dishwashers, their cars, TVs, everything that they'd shoot up, and they wouldn't fucking clean up after themselves.
Oh, come on, guys. Yeah, don't be like
this guy had to fucking... Yeah, it's just like, don't bring that shit out. Don't bring anything you're not willing to clean up. If you're not willing to clean it up, don't fucking bring it out.
But I always leave the woods cleaner than when I went in because I'll pick up other people's trash too and shit. So.
Well, no, like brass casing, metal is decomposes. Okay, I don't fuck whatever anyone else says. If it corrodes, if it oxidizes, and it corrodes, it's biodegradable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stainless steel
is biodegradable.
Not stainless steel.
No, it's not. But normal steel is biodegradable. Iron is biodegradable. It rusts, it breaks down, and it deteriorates and disappears over time.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
Brass can do the same thing.
Plus, that's not too big of a deal.
Dryer.
Yeah, I shoot up a dryer and fill it full of holes, and I'm done with it. Let's leave it here.
Just like, all right, it's like, hey, should we put it back in the truck? It's such an ordeal. Let's just leave it.
You think if you shot it a whole bunch and just turned it into a pile of scrap, it'd be easier to just carry out because it'd just be a pile of scrap.
And actually, glass isn't so bad to leave out in the woods because
we'll shoot it for next time.
It's just silicone. It doesn't affect the environment too much and shit. You know? Plastics and shit.
Animals don't fucking eat glass unless they're stupid.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
Like I've never heard of an animal, picking up a piece of glass off the ground and eating it. That doesn't fucking happen.
It's basically
sand. This isn't edible.
It's basically sand.
Yeah, this doesn't smell like anything. It's not food.
Yeah, it wouldn't have a smell unless it was like a sticky something like from a soda.
It's more plastics that you worry about out there.
Yeah. Well, like if you go to like the Pima Pistol Club, which is the range I go to when I just want to go to a range and sight a rifle in. Like you'll see a bunch of brass out on the firing line from brass that ejected forward and shit. They don't pick it up. They leave it out there, and it's fine. It's fine to leave it out there.
I even had in California. There was this one town I used to live in that the waters were really polluted. Had all kind of creeks and stuff running through it, and we used to take our beer bottles and throw them in the water and we'd shoot at our beer bottles. And
that's one thing. Don't ever shoot at fucking water. That's stupid.
Well, the lead's not that good for it.
You're not. No. You're not shooting straight down into the water. You're shooting at an angle. Those rounds are going to hit that water and bounce up and go over. Because you don't want to shoot above the trees and you don't want to shoot at anybody else. But if you shoot at the water, those rounds could bounce up and go over the trees and go into a place you don't want them to go.
Hit a rock.
I mean, I never saw that happen. I never saw it bounce off the water, but and I did it a lot.
You mean like it would like hit a rock inside the river or creek or something, and then?
No, if you hit it at just the right angle, the bullet can kind of skip off the water like a rock.
Yeah, it can skip like a rock, but like you gotta hit it at just the right
Is it gonna
angle.
have enough energy to hurt him? You don't want to take any chances. You don't want to take any chances. It's important.
I did see a show about like the bullets when they go into water. They do all sorts of weird things. Like you would think they just go straight, but they don't. Apparently, I think there was a MythBusters episode.
Yeah, because water's pretty dense for a bullet to go through. It's dense
and the lead doesn't stay in its nice little shape when it's hurling through the air, so then the water adds all kind of drag and it tumbles it around.
They make bullets. They make special projectiles. Like you can load in like 45 ACP, 7.62, 39, 308, 300 blackout. And what they do is like you can either be underwater and shoot this stuff and it'll go like 50 yards or something like that, or you could be above the water and shoot into the water and it won't deviate as much, because what it does is like the shape of the bullet kind of creates an air pocket around the tip of the bullet. So now it's not flying through the water, it's flying through a little air pocket.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that's how you kill them.
It's the same concept of how they make supersonic torpedoes.
Yeah.
Because now that torpedo isn't moving through water; it's moving through a gas that's being.
It's moving through the air that's moving through the water. Yeah.
It's who are they marketing those bullets to? James Bond?
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Really lazy fishermen.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just be like, hey, we made this product just because we fucking can.
That's probably more what it is. But yeah,
the Russians had a gun in like a really stupid fucking proprietary cartridge, like a 50
I mean, I
by
could see it for
39
like gators or something would make sense.
But no, it was
some crazy
a
dude
gun
coming in. I got a real mermaid problem. What do you got for me?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the SEALs had a gun too that also did it just like the Soviets did, and it was a normal gun, normal bullet, normal gunpowder, everything like that, and it was a gun that they could fire underwater.
Murray Cohen is saying cavitation. So
yeah, cavitation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Soviets had a gun that could shoot underwater and hit targets. The SEALs had one too.
Yeah.
But
man, cavitation. That's not a word I've heard since like college.
I think you can use that gun in fucking Call of Duty Ghosts in the campaign. There's like an underwater mission, and they give you a little fucking, or I think it's like Modern Warfare 2. There's one of the Modern Warfares of the Ghost where you can fucking go underwater.
Oh, but we got way away from my point because you interrupted me in the middle of a sentence about the fucking shooting at the fucking beer bottles. And the whole point of it was because there's all these chemicals there. There used to be some chemical factory, and that's all the creeks were all polluted, all the hell.
Yeah.
And so the EPA guy was there testing the water and shit, and he was telling us that that's actually really good to break the glass into it because the glass pulls the weird chemical shit out of the water. So, which this shit would look like fucking if you like shot a beer bottle and you left it there, broke a beer bottle, whatever, and left it there, like even just like 2-3 days later, it looked like sea glass. You know what I mean? From all the crazy shit in there.
Wow.
Your shoes never lasted more than a couple months because the water would eat all the laces off of them and shit.
Jesus Christ!
If
I can really quick go off on another tangent, I think that's a good example of how, like, back in the day, like some of these government agencies, like regulatory agencies, like they actually genuinely did have the best intentions for people. Like that guy, he said, "Go ahead and break the glass. The glass actually helps pull that shit out of the water." That makes sense. That makes it. He's not like being a pussy about it. Being like, "Yeah, actually, it does work, and there is science behind it."
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like the same shit of like, we went to the moon back in the '60s because the guys actually gave a shit. They gave a shit like, this isn't just benefit America. This is like a huge advancement in scientific and technology and scientific research to go to the moon.
That and also fuck Russia.
Now, fuck Russia. But like now you see like every agency is all about control.
It's
so
all
NASA's like
corrupted.
NASA isn't going to. Yeah, they don't want us to do anything. That certain tribe of people, those guys, they don't want us doing anything that's going to advance.
Well, NASA was always a way of siphoning money anyway, and
well,
Yeah.
just
That's
the
what they
idea
do
of
with
infinite
the EPA
resources from asteroids.
Well, like the EPA was always about, like, is now about, like, oh, government control and regulation, when before it was just genuinely like, all right, we have all these power plants and oil industry making us money. How do we make it a little cleaner? Okay, now it's all about
EPA has
shutting
gone
it down and controlling
way,
it.
Oh yeah, like they're shutting
Like,
people,
NASA's the
taking
same
people's
way.
land because they have a pond in their
Yeah.
backyard, like in rural areas.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
It's all
going
about
on with
control. And the same thing with NASA. Same thing with NASA and the Jews controlling NASA. They don't want the human. They don't want, They don't want the goyim, the smarter race of people, the goyim, to go and advance the human race into space. Which means that, okay, well, now we have control of the people on Earth, but we're not going to be able to get control of the people on Mars because they have their own fucking planet and military, everything like that.
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, if you can relegate all the humans on Earth, well, now you can control them a lot easier. They don't want us to go to other planets because they want to be able to corral us. They want us corralled on Earth.
I mean, see, you're making a lot of stretches there that there's a lot of doubts on, because you got to think about NASA. They were doing all kinds of black ops during the Cold War, and think of how much money was going into NASA, and so they come up with some whatever shit, you know what I mean? That like, oh yeah, we shot it into space, so blah 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 blah.
No, NASA wasn't like the X-15 project and things like that. Like if you look at the X-15, that rocket powered aircraft that we launched off the wing of a B-52 that could go like 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
That had NASA written on it and the U.S. Air Force.
Yeah.
But see, the NASA's also they took over NASA and turned it into a kind of like a scapegoat, being like, no, it's not a weapon. It's national. It's for aerospace research. It's not a weapon. It's research. And it's but like, obviously, as we know, NASA, they're the ones who experiment with it and test everything out. Once they say it's good to go, then the Air Force takes it over and turns it into a weapon. NASA's now become kind of like an innocent little test bed, Oh, the Air Force, they just so happen to use it as a weapon. No, but NASA's just kind of like an excuse to test weapons without them automatically being weapons.
I mean, how do you know it always wasn't? Like, you're making some stretches that, like, I've looked into, and a lot of the shit they say.
Of putting a satellite.
Let me finish my damn sentence.
Okay.
Okay.
Because a lot of the shit they say, I know is bullshit, and like, a lot of it was cover for black operations that they needed this funding for, and so they're like, how do we do this shit without fucking telling people, Oh, we'll say we'll shot it into space.
How far back are you talking?
I mean, probably forever.
Probably.
Yeah, Black Ops within Black Ops within Black Ops.
All through the all through the fucking Cold War. That's why I look at the end of the Cold War, all of a sudden, oh yeah, we don't need the space shuttle anymore. We're not gonna do much anymore. Like, and their budget got cut to
even though we used it until
nothing.
Like 2010.
Huh?
Even though we used the space shuttle until 2010 or some shit. We still used the space shuttle until like 2011, 2010.
It was before that, but.
Well, no. I mean, like the space shuttle. We didn't retire the space shuttle until
the
like
shit ton of gas we used to get into just inner orbit.
But it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, like the whole idea of putting a satellite into space, that all started with the Russians doing it first.
Well, it started with the Germans doing it.
The satellite didn't do anything. Well, yeah, but like the satellite didn't do anything except send a radio signal back. It didn't research anything. It just so they could track it. What they were trying to see was the feasibility of putting a warhead in space and having it re-enter onto its target. That was the whole point. It wasn't until later we realized, hey, shit, what if we get a satellite that can continuously stay in orbit, is fueled by like plutonium or something, and can like send out a TV signal or a radio, or like, have a telescope on it. That's, so sometimes it starts as a weapon and becomes a tool for, productivity.
Yeah, that's with a lot of military technology.
I don't know. That CBS satellite is pretty much a weapon.
No, I'm not.
Weapon of mass distraction.
I'm just saying. Like, I'm just.
No, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You know, like the
to your point
airplane. The
earlier,
airplane never
I
started
think-
as a weapon, but it became one.
I think the Jews don't want us to going to Mars because they're like, hey, we got to get there first and take over the media empire there.
Yeah.
And then we can go to Mars.
Yeah, Hillary already owns the moon, so we can't go there.
Yeah, no point.
Yep, that's her summer vacation home.
That would be a great idea.
A lot of people died for that home.
Like,
yeah.
If I were in charge of NASA, right? Like if somehow somebody was stupid enough to put me in charge of NASA, I say stupid as in like it would be stupid to put me in there because I'd be going against the whole Zionist plan in
Stupid
terms of
for
NASA.
them.
So yeah, stupid for them to do it. But I would immediately try to find a company in the U.S. that makes American flags, and I would immediately tell them, I want you to do a lot of research and try to find an American flag that's so UV protected and has all these chemicals in it so that I could put that on the moon, replace the flag on the moon that's probably bleached white by now, and we can have a flag up there that's going to keep its colors for the next 50 years. Even though it's constantly being exposed to radiation and ultraviolet light, it'll stay that way for 50 years. It won't have to be replaced for another 50. And just put budget and create this program where we just replace the flag over and over again after it gets worn out, so that American flag is always fucking there.
Hold on now. Wait, so that would be if you were the head of NASA tomorrow, that would be your number one priority?
Place that fucking flag.
One of the many.
We got that
Yeah,
flag
goddammit,
going on the moon.
That's all NASA's doing from now on.
That's not all they're fucking doing. It's also going to put an emphasis of going to Mars, too. Putting a man on Mars. And you want to know who the first man on Mars is going to be? He's going to be an American. Why? Because we're not going to let any fucking other countries go on that fucking mission to Mars. It's going to be nothing but Americans.
I thought you were about to say,
no
who's
matter
that
who
man?
gets out of there
Elon
first.
Musk.
Yeah, right. Tell Elon Musk. Tell him to stop whatever he's doing. He needs to get into flag technology.
No, I'll hire him. I'll fucking bring him on board and like, work with SpaceX to fucking do it. But
And
like
if he
I'm
doesn't
saying,
play
that
ball,
the first man on Mars.
You'll force him.
Yeah,
I'll force him.
I'll be like, hey, buddy, you're a threat to democracy and our freedom. You're part of the Zionist movement, you bastard. But no,
You can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Yeah. But no, I'd make sure the first man on Mars, and it'd be a man, by the way, not one of those fucking pussy havers, but it would be a man, and he'd be an American, and he'd be the first person on Mars.
What if it was a trap?
Yeah, those people. What do they call? They have pussies. I don't know.
Well, they have a penis and testicles, so I mean, they're still technically a man. No, because they're a tranny. Put a man on Mars.
Almost got him.
Yeah.
They're about to board the ship. It's like, well, I got a pee. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The
Nice
fuck outta
try. Okay. Better luck next time.
I'd also work with the Air Force to create some kind of satellite chain that can create kind of like a big net. So like if Russia or China ever launched their nukes at us, this big net of like just like thousands of little tiny satellites, just big enough to have a really powerful laser on them, could shoot at these warheads. You know, instead of just like one satellite like Reagan wanted, it's literally like a massive net of satellites all over the continental United States that just serve one purpose and one purpose alone, and that's missile defense.
Maybe
Because like
imagine
I'll tell you
these
something,
little American
we
flag robots
All right.
in space shooting at missiles.
on the 4th of July, they all
No
light
fireworks,
up in certain sequence to look like a big fucking American flag. No, there'd be fireworks still. Fuck it, it's America. We need
No,
fireworks. But, like,
there'd be also fireworks in space, though.
yeah,
Fireworks in
Yeah, but,
space,
like,
dude.
here's the
Space
thing.
fireworks.
It's just a quick little
Fucking
ad.
fireworks
Russia-
in space, man.
We only have
fireworks. Welcome to space fireworks.
yeah, we only have 40 functional interceptor missiles ready to shoot down an ICBM. 40 of them. China already has hundreds of missiles ready to go. Russia has thousands of missiles ready to go. We have thousands. We only have 40 interceptor missiles ready to go. And there's only like, I think, a 50% success rate. They have to launch like 4 missiles at a single warhead in order to get a 90% success rate at knocking it down.
Hey, maybe Trump should hire you for the Space Force.
What?
Yep. Space Force.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this though. You think they tell you everything?
Forget NASA. But
You really
get
think
into,
they tell you
Space Force.
everything?
No, I don't. I think there's technology.
So
out
you're,
there
but
that
you're saying
the
all
US
this shit
government
as if you
has.
know, but you're just a
I'm okay.
civilian.
Can I? No. Okay, I'm gonna tell you
Well,
something. What do you expect?
tell
What do you
John
expect me
everything.
to do, man? How am I supposed? Okay, I'm telling you about what everyone else knows and what's already public knowledge. For all I know, and I do to an extent believe that the U.S. government has some technology that no one knows about. That
They
if
definitely
shit
do.
hit
I
the
mean,
fan, if shit hit the fan, it would be technology we would not be able to fucking wrap our heads around. I'm not talking stealth. I'm talking like some kind of weird shit that like no one knows how the fuck that shit works. Like some kind of fucking, I don't know.
they got all kind of crazy
Like
shit.
maybe we have some kind of secret Independence Day fucking force field around our nation at all times. So if the Russians ever launched missiles at us, it'd just be this big giant blue orb over our country that all these missiles are blowing up at like 30,000, 40,000 feet, and everyone below is just fine.
Hope we're working on
I don't know.
Gundams like Japan is.
It's fucking
I
stupid.
mean, they got directed
Fuck
energy
Gundams.
weapons and all kinds of shit. And this is just shit that we know they were working on since the 70s, and then all of a sudden it went dark, and all
Oh
of a
no,
sudden...
they've been working on
Here-
directed energy weapons. Fucking Vietnam, 60s.
I mean, probably
Really
before
decent.
that even, because that's pretty
Yeah.
much what fucking Tesla was working on in like the 20s. So,
Well, it's a different type of directed energy. Like I'm talking laser technology. The same thing, directed energy. But his idea was
I mean,
using more
directed energy is a
electricity
really broad
as a-
category.
Yeah,
but
like are we talking radar
Yeah.
as well? Is radar in that category?
I'm talking like lasers, like especially like CO2 lasers, the really powerful ones. Like that technology didn't come around until like the 60s.
Yeah.
But directed energy itself has been a thing since like God, like
And they have the
early
directed
1890s,
phonic-
something like that.
Directed,
Yeah,
like a
sound.
laser, but it's sonics, you know?
Yeah.
So
sound,
it's
sound
basically
waves.
they do it's the same concept, but with a sound wave.
Yeah.
That shit's intense. All kind of shit they can do with crazy sound waves and shit, you know?
Yeah, I remember the vomit gun a few years back. It's like a gun that like
Yeah.
Vomit gun.
Yeah.
Oh God! Did
What do you guys?
hear about
Do you
the
think?
gay
Do you think the
bomb?
nuclear? Oh yeah.
I'm serious. Alex Jones, like, there's a Wikipedia page. He's like, there it is, the gay bomb. You
Gay
can look it
bomb.
up. It's like it was
Gay
this
bomb.
thing that they were gonna drop on the enemy that would like literally turn them homosexual
Yeah,
and
turn them
cause
gay.
the
Yeah.
enemy that you're fighting on the battlefield to just like start having extreme sexual urges and just having sex with their fellow soldiers, and then okay, this is gonna be much easier to kill them now. Like, hey, because if that was a plan to defeat our enemy, it sure seems to be implemented on our society right now, like to try to turn everyone gay. You know, this whole LGBT agenda.
Yeah.
All the, lucid connection.
I don't know.
there.
I gotta be honest with you guys. It's okay to think it's okay to know and believe that the government's behind certain things, but sometimes you really have to stop and ask yourself, is it really the government, or did we let certain corporations have too much power? And then it's not really the government trying to be evil, it's the government being paid under the table by who's the guy, who are the people behind Roundup? What are they called?
Child,
What's that?
probably.
No, it's
not the Russian
Monsanto.
company.
Monsanto.
yeah.
Monsanto paying the FDA under the table so that they can release a product, so that they can make. It's not about power; it's about money. They want to make money and not have to worry about the safety. Still fucked up, but
No, I think
like
today.
I think a lot of a lot of shit's behind.
Yeah.
No, I
the
think a
things
lot of
that they
shit's has
do,
to
they
with the
don't.
government.
They don't care
Like-
about profit anymore. Like you see this all the time. These corporations that are losing profit because they're pushing these social justice agendas, but they don't care because to them, these agendas are more important. It's
Well, because
power,
the people that
control,
own
or-
them are like,
Well,
They
yeah,
have
whoever's
disposable
pulling the
income already.
strings.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
yeah,
the
they
people
don't-
that
yeah,
the people that own them at the
the
top or own the
they'll
people
never
that
be
own them and
affected.
shit. They can literally, like, they own central bank, they own or control central
I
banks
don't know.
and shit.
Part of me believes
can-
that, but and
Am I ever
say what
gonna
you
get to
want
finish
about
the
me,
thought?
yeah, sorry. All right, go ahead, you finish. Fuck.
Well, look, you're gonna have to make an appointment.
Like they're behind central banks and all kinds of. They can literally just create money out of thin air, so they don't mind
Yeah.
fucking. It's about control. It's not about money. money is the means to an end, not the end in and of itself.
Yeah. Well, fuck, where was I? I don't even remember. Fuck, god damn it. No, I think you know, I don't know. Some part of me like woke corporations, like when Raytheon did the LGBT march, all that shit. Like, I think part of it's also like, yeah, I think half of my mind is like, yes, it's all control. The other half is like they tried making like banking on this like woke movement, and they went too far in. Now they're too far deep in the woke movement to like admit they were wrong, and they're afraid to like just back out of it. Like, because like they've invested too much money and time into
I think
it.
it's also partially that they're playing to an audience, but that audience doesn't actually purchase anything, doesn't actually consume. They don't make the money, even though they're all. I think like they're there. There's tons of them, hundreds of them. Exactly. It's.
No, I think like. I think with some of them,
what they do is because they fund both sides.
Who do you think that they are appealing to?
They fund both sides because the idea, most people used to be like way more centrist. And the idea is to get them way more polarized. So you're either far left. That's why Antifa is like, you're either Antifa or you're a fascist and all this shit. You know?
No, I heard. Here's my theory about like when you see Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing doing their woke shit, is the Democrats are the woke ones. The Democrats like the military-industrial complex. The military-industrial complex can't possibly be the bad guys if they're so woke, right? It's not a control. It's them trying. It is a control thing, but not in this way you're thinking. In my opinion, it's them trying to, like the way Antifa is like. It says anti-fascist in the name, therefore we can't possibly be fascists. It's the same thing that all the military-industrial complex is doing. Is like, we're not the bad guys if we're the woke ones. We're the good guys.
Almost like self-flagellation.
Vote for a war. Vote for war. Vote for war. Yeah.
It's like a million different agendas on top of each other, and it serves all the different players at the top. But I did hear a very interesting theory about why they pushed all this woke bullshit, because these people, these NPCs, these like social justice sites, the trannies, and like all the small
libtards,
small percentage, like the libtards. Like these people are like the ideal consumer for corporations, whereas like normal people who you know get a job, get married, have kids, like they try to live responsibly. You know, they don't want to spend too much money. They buy groceries in bulk. They save their money. They're not making all these impulse purchases where all these leftist retards and the Black Lives Matter type. These are the types of people that make all these impulse purchases, and that's why they
one Starbucks a day, fucking people.
They want, and they want all these people to be the norm because they're idiots who buy all the corporation goodies.
See, I kind of disagree. Like I said, that.
Do you know?
Yeah, they get people to do, but the ones that are really in charge, they know that you can only push it so far. What they're really doing is pushing your average guy to the right, because you know when they find out, hey, look, they want to cut little kids' dicks off. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I'm sure that wasn't their intention to push normal people to the right.
No, it was though, because they want to push all this bullshit on the left, and then it pushes the normies to the right.
Divide and conquer. I mean,
right, because they want the chaos.
It's all these different agendas that work like on top of each other and serve these different.
They want the chaos
together. Yeah, exactly.
Right. They infiltrated all of our, because the American system was like the biggest fuck you to the fucking globalists forever. So they infiltrated it. They came in with the fucking Federal Reserve and all that crap. And so they infiltrated all of our institutions so they could undermine them, and we lost trust in all of our institutions. Nobody trusts the government anymore. You know, nobody trusts the media anymore. All this shit, you know. And now now that that's accomplished, because you pretty much have to say that's accomplished at this point. Now they're pushing everybody to the side so they could stir up the big bullshit so they could take us down. That's the idea, you know.
Yeah. Well, like all these Black Lives Matter incidents, you know, like Michael Brown, George Floyd, and like all the rest of them. Like the reason each one of these incidents are a case where it's not actually like legit, like it's all phony. It's not, you know, Michael Brown did not have his hands up. Trayvon Martin was not some innocent teenager. Like the reason they choose these cases where the, you know, the person who died is actually guilty and kind of had it coming, is because it completely divides the public down the middle. Whereas one side is just a bunch of morons who just believe whatever the media says. Oh, it's racism, blah blah blah. And the other side's like looking at the facts, saying no, that's total bullshit. Whereas if it was actually a justified, like, let's say Michael Brown actually did have his hands up, and the cop, Darren Wilson, that was his name, right? Let's say he actually was a racist asshole and just executed this poor guy, then, you know, the other half of the country, the right, would be like, okay, yeah, I agree. You know, there would be no divide. There would be no fighting with each other. Because, you know, the other side would just, like, yeah, that's fucked up. That's injustice.
Yeah.
But instead, it's, you know, it's always got to be, like, total bullshit case where one side's yelling and screaming about racism, the other side's trying to be sane about it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys see in like Louisiana some like 15-year-old black kid was just found dead, and the way that the story's being reported is he was found just like Emmett Till. He was found face down in a creek. The cops said he drowned, but his family says that that's, quote, bogus.
Oh, yeah.
They don't believe it.
It was the Klan.
And hold on, the worst part is they're trying to blame it on white people. They're saying that 3 days before he was found dead, he was seen with like a white mom and her white son.
What?
Well,
and
that
so
proves it right there.
Right, exactly. And so all already right out of the gate. So expect to see a lot about that.
White women they're, you know, probably more white women are supportive of Black Lives Matter than actual black people. But I'm sure that this white mom who is the suspect is probably guilty, right?
Yeah, your microphone's acting a little weird, Michael.
Okay.
Going a little robot-y.
I'm on my phone. Let me see if I can switch over to my
oh, that's what it's your phone.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me though. But was there any surrounding information? Like, what do you mean he just was face down in a creek? Like,
yeah, hold on, let me
I saw him.
Boy,
he would hang around them white
fentanyl?
people, and now he dead.
Yeah, if he was on fentanyl, that would explain it.
Dead, and he probably was dead in a sugarcane field with his face mutilated. He was found face. I'm going to interrupt this real quick because face mutilated. Like, if you're face down in water for 3 days, when they roll you over, your face is going to be mutilated.
Exactly.
Like, water accelerates decomposition. Sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, you never said his face was down there for 3 days. Yeah, that's going to be a fucked up face.
And in the cane fields, they got all kind of critters down there. You know.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's Louisiana, so yeah.
Yeah.
With his face mutilated 3 days after being picked up by a white mother and son in what his family says is a brutal hate crime, but police claim he drowned. And they're spamming this picture on like TMZ articles. Family compares gruesome photo to Emmett Till. That's literally the headline.
I don't even know who Emmett Till is, so.
He was that kid who got murdered in the '60s because he like winked at a white
His name is Kwawan. Quawan.
Kwawan.
Kwawan. I don't even know how to say that. Kwawan. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's
how did you spell it again? Quawan. Kwawan.
I'm gonna type it in Zoom chat real quick.
Kwawan.
That sounds like the sound of a dying giraffe.
Charles.
Kwawan was
There we
the
go.
dude in the
I
creek.
typed it into the Zoom chat just so you can see what it looks like written down and understand why.
No, I found it. Let's get the full black take on it, and we'll see what Essence has to say about it. How about that?
The connections that these people draw, like I heard the Emmett Till, they compare Trayvon Martin to Emmett Till. Like,
Yep.
Emmett Till was a young black man who
Right.
died. So was Trayvon Martin. Same thing. White people suck.
Yeah. Calls
Same
for,
damn
here's
white
the
people.
top. Here's the
Okay.
top, like the sub headline or whatever. Calls of justice for Kouan. The Louisiana team found dead on November 2nd are intensifying, with many people pointing out the similarities between his visible injuries and those of Emmett Till. He was 15.
Oh, I love how they say it like it's a connection. Like, is there a serial killer still on the loose that killed Emmett Till?
It's the same guy.
It's the same guy.
It's got to be the same guy, right?
It's that white woman. It's
He
that white
cannot be
woman.
After 70 fucking years.
Karen picked him up.
She's like 70, 80 years old.
Hey, that don't. That,
She's like she's like 100 years old. She's a Biden voter.
time is that white people creation.
Yeah, literally. It's crazy 'cause, like, that Emmett Till shit. There's, like I said, I watched Lovecraft Country out of morbid curiosity with my brother, and the whole thing. Like,
he was last seen leaving his house with a friend and his friend's mom. He had a big knot on his head, so it's obvious someone hit him on the head with something.
Or that's what knocked him out and drowned his ass.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah. Because
for all we know, his dumbass, like, he ran into a fucking tree, got a little dizzy, and bonk, that's it. He's fucking.
I want the lady who came to get my son without my permission, his dad's permission, to be held accountable. You cannot just take someone's son, bring them to your house, and not be held accountable.
Yeah.
Wait, this doesn't even make sense. But of course it doesn't. Black. Oh yeah.
And
then they go into this whole story about Emmett Till, August 28, 1955, in Money, Mississippi. Roy Bryant and J.W.M. Alam hunted and kidnapped 14-year-old Emmett Till. Two white men beat him, gouged out his eyes, shot him in the head, tied his body to a 70-pound cotton gin fan with barbed wire, then threw him into the Tallahatchie River after Carolyn Bryant Donham lied and said Emmett whistled at her and sex. You know, all right, this is from Essence. I'm sure that's incredibly embellished.
It sounds very similar to this other kid who just drowned in a creek, right? I mean, eyes gouged out.
Sounds just like it.
Attached to a cotton gin. I mean, you know, it's basically. I mean, you can see how someone could be confused and think,
all right,
oh, was that the same case?
I see it now. I see what they're talking about though, because they're talking about his guys were gouged out and shit. So probably because if you're in the water face down for 3 days, like I said, there's all kind of critters, and one of the first things they're gonna go for is the eyeballs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 3 days is a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, those racist crawdads.
Yeah, that was probably the crawdads, and they went right for the eyeballs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's like the softest bits there, you know.
I mean, like, we don't know crawdads are part of the systemic racism.
Let me see if there's more.
I'm
trying to find more. How about Revolt.tv? That would be a great one.
Revolt.tv. Paid for by some leftist billionaire.
Hey, I gotta hop off here, guys.
All right, bud.
Yes, bro.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
For sure.
HH Brothers.
HH. Hulk Hogan forever, right?
Oh yeah, brother.
Can you guys hear me?
Barely.
God damn it. Hold on.
You sound like you're on the road.
No.
Yeah, delivering some Christmas trees.
His face is disfigured, so there's some explain. Oh my god. These people are fucking morons.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. watching or reading these like this never-ending stream of articles about like the woke crowd, you know.
Yeah.
Like every single day, like there is a class of people who get up every single day and say, oh, okay, what can we do today to further this idea that white people are racist, that racism is everywhere? Well, what story can we twist and turn to serve our agenda?
Right. Can you turn your mic up? You're still really quiet now.
Well, I switched to the laptop.
Yep.
Are we waiting for someone? What's going on here?
Oh, well, he was fixing his mic, yeah, but I was looking at the chat because I was catching up on the chat. Murray Cohen talking about the Biden thing. Just shoot him once in the leg, man.
Oh, I love that. I love when these idiots say, like, you know.
Yeah, you cut out there, or was it me?
When he points a gun at me, like I totally could have shot off his trigger finger, you know. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't do that. I guess I just wanted to kill him.
Gee, these racist white cops just want to kill him.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Kyle Rittenhouse for a second. I mean, that is. I will give that kid some.
Yeah.
That is some good aim.
American hero.
And who he shot and where he shot him. It's like meme magic almost.
Oh yeah, like the best take I saw, and it's like pretty funny. Like, how is it that you could just like throw a rock into a crowd of Antifa and somehow hit a pedophile, like serial dude with like a criminal history of like burglary,
yep.
and like a outspoken communist. Who also, I think I had a couple burglar and a gun. The dude with a gun.
Yep.
It's like, how is that possible, right?
I love the clip of him actually.
Well, hey, I want to say something. We got this conversation going on here in the chat, and Anarcore was saying instead of doing some optical Israel bashing, the shithead dolt right took cheap shots at George Floyd, making blacks hate them even more. All right, first of all. The fact is that was obviously fucking stirred up bullshit because George Floyd died from a fentanyl overdose. Or fentanyl and methamphetamine, to be exact.
Yeah, did you see the other
He
video?
died of a drug overdose. And that's like not arguable. Like that's blatantly what happened.
There was a longer video where he
they
were trying to get him into the car.
Yeah, and he was saying, like, I can't breathe while he was in the car and all that shit.
I'm assuming, I'm theorizing here, but I'm assuming, like, the cops show up, he swallowed all of his dope.
Yeah.
And when they were putting him in the car, like, he was afraid, like, oh, please don't put me in there because it's gonna get in my system pretty soon. Like, I'm afraid I'm gonna die. I mean, he's not saying that out loud.
He was already high as shit.
That's what he was thinking.
That's why the cops got called, because he was already high as shit.
Well, no, they called the cops because he was trying to like pass bad checks or something.
He tried to pass the counterfeit bills, and when it came out to like get the cigarettes back that he bought or whatever, he was acting very all crazy. He was all fucked up. So by the time the cops got there, he was already like out of his mind. He probably did fucking swallow like the fentanyl then or something.
Yeah, well, if he had a stash, I mean, obviously he would already be high, and then it's like, oh shit, here's the cops. Let me swallow my shit.
Exactly. Yeah. But he was
and then that obviously had nothing to do with it because this racist cop was just like, oh, down on your knees in there.
Right. And he was definitely
executed
the cop was probably not racist at all. You know what I mean?
I remember when they were trying to say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna bump his thing up to first-degree murder." I'm like, "Oh, you idiots, motherfuckers!" Yeah. The night before, he was like, "I'm gonna get that motherfucker." Specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, first, it's like, okay, you don't know what first-degree murder is, then.
Yep.
It's like, you have no understanding of what that, like, that's premeditated. That's
He
like,
planned
hey,
it.
Yeah.
like, hey, I bought shovels and plastic to kill, like, weeks before I was planning to kill my wife.
Wrote a journal about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, organized finances.
Yeah.
had a hole dug.
Like it was premeditated. We're gonna go out. We're gonna kill this black guy.
Like that's
by kneeling, by holding them down, because
Like that's what this cop did. No, I mean most people don't know that this cop actually like got into this guy's life and made sure that he relapsed because he was clean, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna make sure this guy relapsed. I'm gonna put drugs in his car."
Because he was clean. He said so.
Super premeditated.
Super premeditated.
Super premeditated.
Like diabolical.
He had a cork board and everything. He was planning this shit for years.
With strings attached to certain plot points.
All of them just pictures of George Floyd.
Well, they said he knew George Floyd. Like they had run-ins before with him or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw it. Like, they were like security guards at the same. It's like sometimes cops will earn extra cash, be security at a nightclub or something, and they were like security at the same.
They were both security at the same. Well, that doesn't even necessarily mean they knew each other, but.
But that was like I don't know the the QAnon type crowd being like, oh, something else.
He was in a gay porn. Both of them.
Oh my God! I saw a. I was going through a list of like dead porn actors because somebody posted this meme and I was like trying to find someone. Somehow I got on this website of like dead porn actors and I was
somehow, huh?
No, well, it was a funny site and I was like, I click and I'm like, oh well, this is weird. So I'm scrolling through and guess who I found? George Floyd,
huh?
I was like, what? It's fucking hilarious.
I'm sure that's a porn I'd never like to see. That's for sure.
No, it was interesting though looking at that list. Like this is why like I kept scrolling because it was like so many of them were dead from like it was like either murder, like or AIDS. It's like those were the top two. It seems like.
Right. That makes sense. Drug overdoses, I'm sure, was pretty high on there too.
Yeah.
Suicides too, probably. I would imagine.
What causes of death?
Yeah. That was the other one. I knew I was forgetting what it was. Suicide.
I know heart disease is a big one.
Yeah.
For porn stars.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Natural causes was actually kind of low.
Yeah. I mean, technically, you always die of a heart attack because they consider you're dead when your heart stops. So
yeah, cardiac arrest.
Yeah, you always technically die from massive
your heart stopped
failure.
working. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They consider you clinically dead when your heart stops.
It's not the
pumping.
bullets surrounding your heart. It's the fact that your heart stopped moving.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much the cocaine. It was the heart. It like went out for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
The cocaine was actually making your heart work faster.
Yeah.
He died from cardiac arrest.
Doctors are baffled as
like
to
literally
why.
saying nothing because you always die from cardiac arrest. That's how they.
You died from heart stop.
That's how they clinically define death. But yeah. So technically, good night, animal.
Yeah, good night.
So technically, George Floyd died of a heart attack.
Good night.
So did Ahmaud Arbery, technically.
Oh God. Yeah, that Ahmaud Arbery was. Yeah, that happened in my neck of the woods, my state.
Yep. I know. Well, it was like Savannah area, wasn't it? So.
Well, my state. Yeah. I mean, it happened to all of us.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, another. Yeah, I think
I
we
was
talked
there
about
when
that
it happened. I didn't come out here until after that. So.
Well, I was the guy that was off camera. I actually was paid by the CIA to shoot Ahmaud Arbery from a grassy knoll. And these guys are like, "What? We didn't even shoot him. I don't know what the hell happened."
How much did they pay you?
They gave me 20 grand, so
that's not
pretty
bad.
good. Yeah, pretty good deal. You know, for some jogger.
One bullet
that breaks into houses.
Only cost you one bullet.
I mean, all right. So Anarchor saying you could bash Zog in the streets with that message without getting attacked by BLM. Whatever the specific, but all right. Actually, BLM's a bigger problem than Zog. As far as immediate problem, you know. Now Zog is more of the root of the problem.
Well, Zog funds
but BLM is like the actual clear and present danger.
Zog are BLM's the foot soldiers of Zog. So
yeah.
I'm sure everyone would love to cut the head off the snake, but
the fact that it's not, but BLM is an organization, yeah. But the reason it could get like it did is because it's so easy to stir up that particular demographic. Yeah. You know what I mean? Over racial situations because, you know.
Who are these people that have been rioting for the past, 6 months? Have they just been traveling in convoys, going to city? Like, one day they're in New York, and the next they're in, where the fuck am I? I'm in California. I've been rioting for 5 months.
Soros,
well, there's the Antifa pays for and the core BLM group to do that. But notice they're always in black areas, so it's not hard to get.
There was
the local redacted to chimp out to, you know.
Local redacted. Yeah, well, there was one dude in L.A. somewhere in Southern California who was arrested, some jogger, and he was like, yeah, you know, they're paying people out here to riot, and he got arrested, and he was like, you know, he's kind of had a little bit of remorse, like, yeah, I should have just got a job, you know, it's an easy way to make money and riot and everything, but you know, they're out here paying people to smash it up, so I just did it, whatever. Like,
how much they paid? Yeah, was that ever released? Did we ever find out how much George Soros pays an average?
I think it was 15 an hour.
Probably like a few $100.
Yeah, it was like $200 a day, I think, or something like that.
I mean, not bad money just to go around being retired.
Well, when you see the mugshots of the Antifa, it's like,
oh my God, faces of meth.
Oh my, yeah! Every
Andy Nigio or whatever his name is, Andy. I can't pronounce his last name. Yeah, I love his timeline. It's just like
actually, Anarchor just brought up a really good point. Is to turn the Golem on the master because he was talking about BLM being a tool of Zog, or Murray Cohen was talking about BLM being a tool of Zog, and.
Nope.
Actually, you notice right before these riots, that's what was happening with the whole black Hebrew Israelites or whatever the hell, the black Jews or whatever. You know who I'm talking about. I don't remember what they call them.
The Thalmor.
Yeah, and they were like, they were going really hard. Remember, because there was all the Jews out there being like, "Oh no, we're supposed to be our fucking we're supposed to be allies with the, you know, blah, blah, blah crap, you know. And, no, Magnus von Thule just donated 8 ice creams and 8 lemons, so 88 lemons. So 88, brother. Thank you for that. But yeah, if you notice, like, before that, basically the blacks were going against the, and that was when, Ice Cube would put out his Black Cube. About the time they started, but before that, what was his name that was talking about him? So basically, yeah, the blacks were starting to realize that they're being played by Zog, and
there's a lot of blacks out there that are woke in the sense that we are woke, on the JQ at least.
Yeah,
I mean. Not enough, but...
Not enough for sure, but they're there.
almost more than white people, because whites are like so just brainwashed into like, oh, that's racist.
Yeah, because they got them with white guilt. You know what I mean?
Because you can't. Yeah, I mean, like with blacks and like other there's no like, oh, hold on, guys, let's not be like that's just doesn't exist.
Yeah. But that was like a big thing right before the race riots started coming out and shit. You know what I mean? And then suddenly they stirred them up against the white people, because you remember, like, what was that? Probably about a year ago was when it started. They were really going hard against the Chosenites, and
like, oh, you always say we can't have this. All right, yeah.
And they were all kvetching on Twitter and stuff. You're supposed to be our allies against the white menace and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. There was like a bunch of hate crimes in New York where it's like all the blacks. There's a bunch of black people in New York that live in these slums that are owned by these Jews, and like they see it. Yeah. And like all these subway fights and all these other videos, and then all these hate crimes where black people just like throwing shit at synagogues and other Jewish-owned businesses or whatever the fuck.
But like I said, you notice right after that is when they started stirring up all the. First there was Ahmaud Arbery, but that didn't have the. Didn't quite get people as active, and then right after that, then
it was
focused on George Floyd.
Thank you, Magnus, for the 8 lemons and 8 ice creams.
Yeah, the 88 lemons is what.
88 lemons, yes, I guess.
The writing was like, it was so frustrating for me, because it was like, hey, does everybody not remember this? Literally, this exact same thing happened right before the last presidential election. Like the BLM rioting started about a year before the last election. It started out with one thing, or it started with like Trayvon Martin and then Michael Brown, which is like a kind of couple years, but just progressively. And then once it got started, it became like any black guy that got shot, even if it was a black guy who's shooting at the police and then get shot, and they riot, and that same thing happened this time. It started with George Floyd, and then by the end of it, it's like, oh, some thug is shooting at the police, gets killed. Oh, time to riot. Where it's like the pretext is just like they're not even trying to find they're not even trying to sugarcoat anymore. Like try to pretend like this is an injustice. Just like some criminal.
No, we're just here to riot.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Like proving that they're just looking to riot, like any excuse. But it was just
and you're absolutely right. Looking at these people's mugshots, it's like green hair, blue hair, red hair, face of meth. Just
the faces
like
meth.
those scabies on their fucking faces. It's like either that or they got hit in the face with so many fucking pepper bullets, right? That they just look like they have faces of meth. Because some of them are actually, you could tell that they're scrapes off the ground. Like the cops had no fucks given when they were. Might as well have just dragged them by their face, just grinding off the fucking ground.
Pipple came in and he was like, I think Nick Fuentes is gay. I said, I do too. He's like, okay, good, and followed. So, nice to have you aboard, Pipple.
I was never a fan of Nick Fuentes.
No. He didn't really bug me until he declared himself leader of the Groypers and all this shit, And that's, other than that, I was just perfectly content to be blocked and not give a shit about him.
The fact that you're blocked,
the only fan
good sign.
Yeah. Oh, he blocks me within 48 hours every time I get a new account.
Well, I will say that, like, it's a total fag for blocking. Like, you say anything and he just blocks you.
Well, and how are you going to declare yourself the leader of it when you've got like 70% of them blocked?
I know.
Without even interacting with them.
Yeah.
I was making fun of him earlier. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but Pimple wasn't here. They were doing some march or something. He had risers on his shoes, but he was still like... he But so he was like a little bit taller than all the other people with him. I was calling him the Million Manlet March.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier because he definitely was wearing risers, but he still looked pretty fucking short.
Yeah, but he was taller than most of the other guys behind him then. Yeah, I know Weather Groper. He's a great guy.
He's I like Fuentes. Just like his content is it's very. He's just got really good takes. It's very informative, very lucid analysis of I don't know the current political shenanigans that are going on.
Yeah, I miss the internet slap fights that there used to be, but nobody wants to confront anyone anymore, so they just stay in their little political YouTube bubbles or ideological bubbles. And before, I used to love watching just two people just bitch at each other about their fucking. And sometimes it wasn't even about their beliefs. You just wanted to hear two people slap fight each other for a fucking good hour.
Right.
I know, right? Like I miss the heydays of YouTube where people could just be free and just like argue different topics, and it's like now.
Oh, you could just respond with a video, and there was like the response video at the bottom, and that was always highlighted there. You couldn't really block it or remove it.
Yeah, and that was fine. It was like that's okay. And it's like now, oh, copyright. Oh, everyone censored. You try to look something up, and then you get like 1,000 pages of the mainstream media's take on it. It's like, hey, can I get some normal people respond? I want a real person's take on this latest thing that happened. It's like, no, here's MSNBC and CNN.
Right.
It's like, great.
Likes and dislikes disabled, comments disabled.
Yeah, oh god, those are the worst.
Yeah, YouTube is like total crap these days. Steve Z says he's bringing some serious fire next time, so we'll have to see what he says.
I hope
he said
so.
it in the group chat, so we'll have to see what he says. Tomorrow, I imagine if he comes on tomorrow, so I'll be on tomorrow.
Sorry, just checking out the timeline.
Yeah, that's what I was doing too.
I should really not do that because then there's awkward silence.
Right. But it gives us stuff to talk about too. Otherwise, I just keep talking about the same shit. But it's cool when the chat's active too, because that gives us stuff to respond to. But plus, like, everything's happening so fast these days. Like I said, like if I read something in the morning, by the time I come on the show, like 50 other things have happened that like I forget, you know.
I was also watching that black Israelite fight the Hasidic Jew.
Yeah.
That's like a conversation that will go nowhere.
Yeah, they definitely had to stir up the shit after that, you know what I mean? But also, like I said, like they financed both sides. Like, you know, they had caught the IDF, I think, or something like that, funding the neon Yahtzee groups and in the Ukraine and shit. And that was like, why would they do that? Well, because they need the enemy, you know. They have to create this clear and present threat so they can justify all their bullshit, you know.
Oh, fuck that. Norway is jailing people for offensive speech. America could be next. Fuck that. I know we already have some sort of that in, like, Canada, but honestly, I can tell someone to fuck off. I'm not going to jail for it.
Right.
Goddamn communist bastards everywhere. That's what this world's turned into.
Wait, someone lives in Canada in this?
That would be me.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
The networks have decided that Biden won Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but the networks already decided that Biden won, and
yeah,
like, it's
good thing the networks don't decide the election. But
like,
yeah.
well, yeah, it's like none of it's you can always tell it's a psyop when.
Yeah, last I heard, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Wisconsin were all still in play.
Yeah, it's like this has been different from every other election in the history of. Well, I mean, they didn't always have TV, but the media did not just. Well, we're just going to run a coup on the current president. And we're just going to decide that Joe Biden won. We say that he won, so you accept it, sheeple.
Well, some of the empty-headed news reporters I saw, it was just like she's like, we decided he won. Like the one I saw one woman clip on, I think it was Fox News,
I saw that.
CNN.
God,
she's
my God.
Yeah.
And she's like talking
it's
to herself.
It's our job to declare the winner.
It's
like bullshit.
Yeah.
But
no. That's a different one. No, it was this clip of this elitist, like the typical smuggy libtard shithead who lives in.
And I think they called in a Trump supporter or something just to try and bash her.
Whoever was talking, she was like, the media does not decide, or the election board has not certified it yet. And this lady's just like, what? We've already called the election. It's over. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's like, you guys decide, huh?
Yeah, with that SoCal,
yeah, just like yeah.
But they need that because the idiots that will believe that. Yeah, CNN finally called North Carolina today, even though it got officially declared 3 days ago.
And they were just hoping they could maybe send in a couple more ballots.
Right.
Yeah.
I noticed that they refused to call, and Georgia is definitely not declared yet.
They called North Carolina for Trump.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which has been official for days, and Georgia is definitely no official decision has been declared for very good reason. But same with Pennsylvania. But like I said, this was always the plan. I almost think they want to get caught cheating getting the presidency. They want the fucking chaos. And they want the fucking fighting and shit. You know what I mean?
They want the presidency, but I don't know. They want to run these operations, these psyop operations all the time.
They want two presidents. That's how do you take down the biggest military in the world? You know what I mean? Like, by far the biggest military in the world. You know what I mean? You can't do it militarily. You have to do it through subversion. And that's what I was saying. So they came in.
Like every other empire in the history of mankind.
Yeah. So they subverted the hell out of all of our institutions. So nobody trusts them anymore, for good reason, because they got fucking infiltrated and subverted. And now that's done, now there's the dividing up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard this theory that it's this was always the plan, that they come out with this just ridiculously blatant attempt of fraud. They steal the election away from Trump. I mean, it's absurd. Like, Trump got the most amount of votes ever in the history of American politics.
Yeah.
And guess what? Guess who got the only number of votes that were higher than he did?
Yeah.
Biden.
Just happened on the same election. Just happened to be,
the same election. 6 million more, which means he blew Obama out of the water in terms of votes. I mean, every year the population goes up, but still, you think Biden is drawing in more people than Obama in 2008?
And anybody with any bit of logic, well, that's how they polarize this. Because anybody with a bit of logic goes to the right, because, you know what I mean, you can see what's going on clear as day. But anybody that's more emotionally based goes to the left, because they pull on their fucking heartstrings about how blah, 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 and they don't really have any depth of thought.
I mean, the media has it's like the mainstream media is like, they're basically wizards in the way that they are able to just cast these spells over, about half the population. I'd say more than half. I mean, even people who vote for Trump still kind of just fall for the bullshit that is in the media, but You know, it's just the way it goes. And
I mean, most of Trump supporters are cringe as fuck too. But
oh, I know, it's bad. Like no, I didn't want to admit it, but you know, you get to a certain point, like, oh god,
yeah,
okay,
like,
some of these people, I just,
They're feds. They're feds. They're not real supporters. They're just feds.
No, they're real supporters, and they're just fucking idiots. But
yeah, the feds are out there, obviously, but like,
but I'm talking about the masses of magatards. Like, we all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's this one chick that me and Aaron like talk to, and she's basically a liberal, except she voted for Trump. You know.
I mean, there's a ton of those.
Right, like if
they came out in the woodworks in the last final weeks, especially once the leaks came out.
Yeah,
it's like we say anything racial, and it's like, oh, you know, it's like,
we get the base black guy because he votes for Trump. Like retards.
Great strategy.
I remember people.
But the idea is they gotta have the two sides. They gotta, but they gotta have the two sides, and both have to fully believe that the other one won the stole the election or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They both have to fully think that they're in the right. So that's why the media says, "Oh, it's our job to declare the winner." Anybody with half a brain would know that's fucking retarded.
I honestly,
but
if Biden
the left doesn't
win,
have half a brain. You know what I mean? When you put it together. So, if you tell them what they want to hear, they'll believe you. And if you tell them what they don't want to hear, they won't believe you, no matter how fucking blatantly obvious it is.
Yeah, honestly, I think if Biden does win through some miracle of, the more ballots just show up from real people, I don't know. But if he does win, I don't think all these people that voted Trump, they're not going to be doing shit. I don't think there's going to be a huge uprising or anything like that, or any kind of things. People will be defending their shit, of course. But I think the people that are majority going to continue to riot are the same people that have always been rioting, no matter who's fucking winning or they're going to fucking find some excuse.
Well, that's why they had to do it this way.
Yeah.
Where they declare Biden the winner, but obviously Trump wins because that's what, they're going to get caught cheating and all this shit. We already know the narrative here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
because
the problem.
How long have they tried to bait our side into fucking doing shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the problem as to what you said. Like, if our side loses, it's like the Trump side. What are they going to do? Because they have to get up and go to work the next day.
Yeah.
They got to go to their job. They still have to make a living. Whereas like all these Antifa morons, I don't think they got a 9 to 5. Like the Antifa mugshots. Yeah,
those people don't have a job.
Yeah, pretty sure they don't have a job, right?
They have a 3 to 6 on fucking Thursdays at fucking Starbucks or some shit.
Yeah. So right. So it's like if shit really goes bad, I mean, all the normal people, the people that voted for Trump, it's like at what point are they just gonna be like, well, that's it, man. I don't care about my job anymore. I guess I just don't care about that paycheck. I'm just gonna go out and go to rallies or something. It's like,
they're still gonna get up and go to work the next day and shit and be like, oh well, I'm with you in spirit at the rallies or whatever. But
they're never gonna go, you know what? I'm done. I'm gonna go break some federal buildings and fucking ride in the streets for weeks.
And
but that's why. But they're also ramping up the lockdown so that by January, when this shit's actually relevant, probably won't be at work. You know what I mean? So,
How did you guys fare out through the lockdown?
Yeah.
Or were you guys working through all of it?
I was working at Lowe's at the time, so I actually. All the people half the people at our store were like, oh my God, they were so scared. I mean, granted, there were some over 65 people there and they stayed home. But when that happened, they were like, okay, we're still essential. So, and half of our staff is gone. So anybody who wants overtime can have it. So I basically racked in a bunch of money during that time. But I still thought the whole thing was ridiculous. It's like right away I knew it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not buying this whole thing. Like, oh well, this is just a pandemic that just popped out of. Holy shit! Is anyone else getting
What is that?
interference?
Yeah, I am getting that too.
Yeah,
What is that?
What is that?
What?
That's Johnny. Yeah.
Here's Johnny.
Oh. Sound like someone trying to break a ukulele underwater.
Right. I was gonna mute him, but it stopped. So.
Someone was breaking into his truck.
No, he's driving, so it probably hit a weird. Oh, that's what it is. Go. Yeah, I think he's trying to talk, but his connection sucks.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody mute him.
He's trucking in space or something. We can hear you, but it's it's bad.
Hey, God, oh my god. John. Oh damn, I was gonna ask.
He's probably reconnecting, so that's happened before, so he can get a better connection.
That's too bad. I was gonna ask him if space trucking was the same as regular trucking.
That was a digital fart, yeah, Tater Dave.
Hey, do you guys watch that podcast, Come Town?
Why does that sound familiar?
Ever heard of that?
I've heard of it. I've actually never watched it, but I know what you're
just
talking about.
found out who they're. I don't know. They're kind of centrist, but they're kind of funny sometimes. Like, cause I just saw this one episode or little clip where they were talking about Star Trek. Is anyone here fans of Star Trek?
Is that better?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that is way better.
Okay.
Well, one of these guys was like, yeah, I talked to that Asian guy on Star Trek Voyager, the Asian character. He was like, I trolled him on Twitter, and I was like, hey, I just got a question. Is Space China the same as regular China? And he's like, what are you talking about? Okay, my character's Korean. And he's like, no, Harry Kim, he's definitely Chinese. And he's like, whatever. And then he plays this clip of like the actor in front of like Comic-Con or something. And he's like, yeah, so I assume my character was Korean. And then about season 3, I'm talking to one of the writers, and they're like, oh yeah, you're Chinese. Your character's Chinese. And they're like, what? They're like, no, Kim is Korean. What are you talking about? He's like, oh, it is? Okay. Well, I don't know. We always wrote it. And he shows that clip to the guy who's trolling him on Twitter. And he was like, oh, here's a clip of you admitting that he's Chinese. So you're definitely Chinese. So tell me about Space China.
Like, fucking Chinese? I've been playing it Korean this whole time. This is gonna ruin the character. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta get another beer.
Space China, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted on Twitter again.
Yeah, K-Hole is back from space trucking. Is he into regular trucking now?
Yep.
He's a space cowboy.
Hey, John. Out of curiosity, how old are you?
23.
23. Okay, because my wife said, "Oh yeah, he's 23," and I was like, "What?" He just gave us his life story a second ago, and it was like all this shit. I was like, "I'm pretty sure that's more than the span of 23."
Yeah, from the time of 2015 or May 20th of 2015 to August 2nd of 2019. I've been in and out of work, been in and out of jail.
You said a lot of shit
August. Luckily, no felonies on my record, nothing bad, so I can own guns, everything like that. You know.
Well, that's
other
good.
than that, everything's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, I passed a 4473, so I mean, I hope that from what they told me I am. So I don't know. Maybe they might be like, wait a minute.
Oh, you mentioned like a lot of jobs and.
Yeah, a lot of jobs.
I was like, and then I was in jail and then my wife Erin was like, oh, he's 23. I was like, what? No, he just listed like a whole range of experiences.
Yeah, I'm 23. I'm 23.
Okay, and then the trainees, and I don't know when that factored in.
I thought they were attractive when I was younger, and I'd, pull my pud, but
What, in high school?
You grow out of it. No, like out of high school, when I was a security guard, like a couple years ago, I thought they were, like some of them are attractive, some of them are ugly. It was funny to make fun of the ugly ones because they're genuinely ugly. They're genuinely ugly. You are a man. You are a man in a dress, and you are ugly, and you need to kill yourself. But some of them were genuinely attractive to me. I don't know why, but they were.
I'm imagining a scenario where you busted like a couple trainees and they're like, oh, please let me go, and you're like, well, okay, maybe we can make a deal. Is that how it happened?
No, because I'm not a homosexual. I wouldn't have sex with a man.
Well, you said you were into trainees though for like a small period.
Yeah, that's because pornography corrupts your brain.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I've definitely had issues with that, and I'm all on board with the no fapping thing.
I'm not. I think pornography, everything in moderation. Drinking too much alcohol can get you in trouble. It can fucking kill you. You drinking alcohol on occasion, a couple beers every night. You come home from work, that's fine. You don't drink half a bottle of whiskey for God's sake. Then next thing you know, you're waking up in jail because you just beat the shit out of your kid and murdered your wife. You never know. But
well, that's pretty serious.
But it's everything in moderation. Doesn't matter what it is. Moderation is fine.
Well,
you want to defeat an addiction? Start doing things in moderation.
I think it's the pornography. I think it's the pornography, the imagery, more than the fapping. Like I think the pornography is more unhealthy than, like, if you were to just jerk off without looking
using your imagination or whatever.
Yeah, like I think that would be less damaging than because we know who's behind the pornography industry. It's these people.
Yeah, and that's why I think we need to. Why can't there be a non-Jewish pornography industry?
Because you just answered your own question.
I'd start my own. I'd start my own porn company if I could.
Well, they don't make any money anymore.
Fucking base porn. It'd be based as shit.
Base porn.
Based porn.
Yeah,
it doesn't exist.
That's an oxymoron.
Describe this based porn to me.
Would it be
you have a dude like.
Is he a Nazi?
You have a dude fucking a chick. And you have a dude fucking a chick, and his goal in the video is to try to hit a target at 1,000 yards with a 6.5 Creedmoor while fucking a chick, and managing to hold the rifle steady enough to hit the steel plate at 1,000 yards.
I feel like that's more gun porn.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Guns are based.
That's right.
The point is that, like, pornography is like, it's been a problem every time it's happened. You know what I mean?
I think England has the right idea where they don't ban pornography. They just ban specific types, like for some reason they don't ban gay porn, but they'll ban like, oh, you can't have any gaping or squirting, and it's just like, all right, like, fine, but like that's like the kind of, there's a start. Yeah, it's a start. Like,
no, that just makes makes a black market
ban,
for it, but like.
Well, yeah, but like a fucking a 12-year-old going on a computer because he just learned how to look up tits on the internet. If you can make it harder for him to see something he shouldn't be seeing, there's something that could corrupt him. Like gay porn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like whose dad didn't have a stack of Playboys under their bed? I mean, for Christ's sake.
My dad had a calendar in the workshop.
My dad did
Yeah.
not have a stack of Playboys, but my uncle did.
Yeah, it's because your uncle was based and your dad was kind of a fag. I'm sorry to tell you this.
No,
you might want. I'm just kidding.
That's incorrect.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I didn't call your dad a faggot for real. I was joking.
We're gonna ban everything.
Right.
We're gonna ban everything but hole in the sheep porn.
No.
Yeah, we're not Canadian here. Bestiality is not legal.
Hole in the sheet porn.
I don't. I don't like this idea of like doing everything. It's like, God damn it! Can we have some fucking freedom in this country, for God's sake?
No,
Mark Gaming Chat just donated 5 lemons. No, we're going back to girls can't even show ankles. God damn it!
Yeah, before I was
that
based,
shit, man.
I
want titties. I want titties.
No, we're going the other way.
I like having.
Burk is for everybody.
No, fuck that. Yeah, be disciplined. No, before I was based and I was just like all into porn, and I read these articles about all these like porn sites that like I think in the late 90s, all these like Christian groups were taking down these porn sites, and they were going after them the same way that like the leftists are going after people today just for having the wrong opinion, like financially, just like going after them Patreon. Like they would go after these websites that were like the more extreme ones. They would come in between their way to make money, like the credit card processing companies. It's like if you can't process credit card payments, then you're done. Your site's over. You're not going to make any money, and that's how they would go after some of these companies. And I remember at the time when I was into porn, I was like, "Oh, that's so un-American." Oh, blah blah blah. But now I'm like, "Oh, that was fucking based."
See, as long as these thoughts are slutting around dressed like whores, men will never actually be free because it triggers our biology.
Correct.
So the only solution is burkas for all women.
Kill thoughts.
I disagree. I think we need
I
to
know
go back
you
to the
do.
days where women...
I said that specifically so you
I
disagree.
I know.
Yeah.
I think we need to go back to the days where women are seen and not heard, but I think they should be able to wear whatever they want. Yeah, like they can't talk.
Not
you can't
whatever.
speak out. You can't speak against a man. You can't speak when a man is speaking. You know, or any of this, but like, I think women should be seen as objects. I think
You
that's the way
can
we
wear
should
whatever
do
the
about it.
fuck you want, just don't say a fucking word.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Don't speak
that's-
when I'm speaking. Don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
You know-
I can look at you. Don't fucking look at me.
Yeah,
the burkas,
that's the whole
they
point.
have to walk 3 steps behind. They're not allowed to look up from the ground.
I disagree.
Speak only when spoken to.
Look. That's why Christianity, like the cultures between Christianity and Islam, it's I think Christianity is an even or a more comparable position to have, because like Islam, it's a little too extreme. Like I don't want to put garbage bags.
But
garbage bags over
we're no
women.
longer a Christian culture either. We're a secular culture.
Well, exactly. We've gone to the other extreme, which is like atheism. We're
right.
Like, whatever, man.
You
just
go
like,
back to
women should be
if we go
allowed
back to being a truly Christian culture, then we're at that happy medium, the happy middle ground.
Yeah, the happy medium. That's the word term I was looking for.
See, look, I don't have a problem with gay people as much as I do trannies. You know? Or these fucking idiots who...
I got a problem with
gay
both.
people. Like gay people can be normal. Like like they could be. There's gay people that I've met that were like normal people. Like you never would have known they were gay, and they don't make it public because it's
Trannies
their
are
business.
just gay
and their
guys
business alone.
playing dress up.
Yeah, exactly. Trannies need to be fucking banned. They need to be fucking extradited.
Execute.
Like some other. I don't care.
I don't know,
They
man.
need to be
Executed is pretty extreme.
I didn't say that.
I mean, I might be persuaded.
Kick him out of the country.
And execute him? Jeez.
Blow up the plane. We're sending you to Transylvania.
I don't know. Never made it.
Well,
You guys didn't get them? We sent them.
The Ukrainians shot him down. The Russian, some Eastern European shithole shot him down.
I don't know. Oh well.
It was Bulgaria. The missile came from a village in Bulgaria. Who would have thought?
I don't know. Yeah, some guy named Jacob, I think. I don't know.
You're telling me there was a Texan living in Bulgaria who shot down a United airliner with an surface-to-air missile? Yes, that's exactly what we're telling you. Oh, no. Sure, okay.
I did it with a 44. Just a good shot.
Like, I'm telling you to just not worry about it, because who cares?
It's like, no, seriously. He made a YouTube video. It's all there.
It's all there.
You're telling me he shot down
we have
an
the
airliner
evidence.
Flying at 30,000 feet with a 44 Magnum.
Open and shut. Yeah.
Out of a 6-inch barrel.
No, it was a 50 caliber.
God damn. It was a 50 BMG. Even that, like 30,000 fucking feet. You'd have to literally, God himself would literally have to come down and manifest before you.
He lost his hearing in the process, but that's
I mean, you're still talking to us. You haven't been incinerated by the glorious presence of the Lord. So I mean, I don't believe you, bud.
Who said I can see?
That's a thing, right? I'm it's like everything's going against you right now. It's just a fluke shot.
Oh Jesus, that was funny.
Imagine being a guy who like fucking was in like an apartment building across the street from like one of the towers on 9/11 and just like ripping fucking ass, and then all of a sudden one of the planes crashed into the World Trade Center. Imagine how you'd feel if you fucking farted and thinking that you did that. Or even somebody in the building at the time. Someone in the building fucking lays out a fucking massive fucking ass blast and just fucking the tower just explodes.
Also imagining the actual idiot that's just like, was that me? Did I do that?
Jesus H. Christ. Holy shit. Oh god, I gotta get out of here. They're gonna smell it and they're gonna think it was me. He just so happened to be lighting his fart at the same time. That's what happened. It was a fat fuck lighting his fart. That's what blew up the towers. Why'd everyone go quiet?
Oh, because I got distracted. Oh, no, that's why everybody went quiet, because you... And Michael muted himself. I don't know what Mark's doing. And you're a robot again.
Sorry guys, I had to leave for a second. I'm gonna be heading out.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for Hot Stuff. I don't think I'm gonna make it tonight.
Yeah.
Cause then, oh well, he just popped up in the group chat. So.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Is everyone talking again?
Yep.
Okay. Did I piss anybody off?
No, I was just saying how I had to head to a little bonfire my friend's having down the street.
Oh, okay. Everyone went quiet. I thought I pissed everybody off. Like, okay. Then I can make jokes about everything else. I just can't make jokes about 9/11.
No, I was just saying, answering a phone call.
Some things you don't joke about, bro.
Yeah, okay.
The one thing, that's where we cross the line. Oh boy.
They hated him because he told the truth. 9/11 wasn't an inside job or an airplane. It was two fat dudes over the fucking walkie-talkie lighting their farts on fire simultaneously.
No, it was technically an inside job inside their ass.
Yeah, inside the building.
Fuck, alright guys, I gotta head out. Enjoy yourselves. Hopefully I'll see, I'll definitely be listening tomorrow if you're doing it again. Spooky movie nights on. They're doing Prom Night 2, Slumber Party Massacre 2, Sorority Babes in the Slime Bowl-orama.
Never seen any of these, so be a good watch.
I've never seen any of them either. But I think Hot Stuff is about to come on finally. Although
yeah, if you guys are still going,
I'm pretty much towards the end of it now. It's about as far as I can go. Anyway, so.
Yeah, take care, guys. I'll see you when I see you.
All right, later.
All right, take it easy, man.
Later.
So is Hot Stuff going to come on, or are you going to shut it down?
Oh, yeah, I was shooting him the link again, I think.
Who's Hot
He was
Stuff?
just... he's in the group chat. General Hot Stuff.
General Hot Stuff. I need some hot stuff, baby, this evening.
I think it's a play off the Richard Spencer burger. Remember when he did the... wasn't that on, like, Brittany Venti or something?
I don't know what you're talking about. The hot stuff.
He was talking about the burger.
The burger?
It was like, I've had a lot of burgers in my day. Get one with a nice Swiss, a nice melted Swiss cheese,
burgers.
and some roasted mushrooms, and what else?
Bro, how much more proof do you need that Richard Spencer was controlled opposition? I mean, did you guys see?
I mean, after hearing the burger one, he sounded gay.
No. Forget the burger thing. He has been all over Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm voting for Biden because Trump is not based enough." Like,
what if he's a pussy, right? And he thinks the left is more powerful than they really are, and he thinks that they're actually going to come after him. So he voted for Trump, but he's just trying to make it look like he's voted for Biden, so they don't come after him.
He had a mentor. I saw this like a couple of years ago. A mentor that was, like before he became, big popular on the scene. Guess which persuasion his mentor was.
Jewish.
Oh man, you totally guessed it right away. That's crazy.
How'd you know?
It's not that hard.
How the fuck did you know?
I don't know. Wild guess, I suppose.
Educated guess, huh?
Scientifically accurate, wild ass guess.
Just a shot in the dark, right?
No, but
in the background?
You were incorrect. You were incorrect. It was Puerto Rican.
Oh.
Oh, the Hot Stuff made it on. I don't think he said
I need some hot stuff, baby. Hot Stuff 1488. Okay. Hot Stuff. Say something. All right. Too hot for us, I guess. I don't know.
That's Hot Stuff.
Gotta give it.
I want to call you a faggot because your microphone's not working and you can't defend yourself right now.
No, he's so hot. It's overloaded. It's got to simmer down for a minute. So.
Did you see the size of his nose? It's horrible. It's huge. It's like a big duck bill.
It was huge. It was. Are we talking like? Are we talking Grabler huge or George Floyd huge?
Like King of the Jews huge. Like King of the Jews.
Was it more long or was it more wide?
Grabler.
It's undescribable. It's indescribable. It took up 80% of his face.
Imagine when they breed, it'd be both.
Yeah, dude, I can't imagine what Hot Stuff has to do when he breathes. Probably sucks in like everything in the room.
You seen that?
He's not here to defend himself right now.
You can't hear me?
So mean.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we can hear you
What's
now.
going on?
All right, now we can hear you.
It's too late.
I'm getting lit up over here. What's going on?
Okay. Oh, shit. Now he's here to defend himself. Oh, quit talking about him.
No, too late. The damage has been done. The damage has been done.
Yeah, I guess the Mexican Jew, right?
Yeah.
You're a Mexican Jew named George Floyd.
Oh, órale, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's Jorge Floyd.
Yeah, it's Jorge.
Jorge Floyd. Jorge Floyd.
What's going on? So, Walrus, you still up?
Yeah, for now. We're gonna have to do the day thing at some point because there's no way I can get into what we're gotta talk about.
Yeah. No, I really want to get into it, but just this whole dude. I went to adopt a kitten, and it took like 4 hours, but it was good. It was good. He's, at least we got a good one. He's already using the sand stuff to poop, so my worries are over now. It's,
nice.
What?
Nice. Yeah, cats will do that right away.
Yeah, I've never had a cat. I always had dogs. So I was like, oh.
That's because dogs are better than cats. Cats suck.
Yeah,
so, but what's up, hot stuff? Where are you American?
No, I'm from Mexico.
Does he sound American?
No, he doesn't. That's why he's got 1488 in his name, so he's kind of throwing me with the accent.
I came very young though. I came like at 4 years old. But my son's 100% American.
Okay.
European mother, so
So we were talking about your.
That's my ticket to the ethno state,
We were talking.
So you're stealing our women now. So you take our jobs, then now you take our women. Okay.
Hey, according to the MSM.
And now you take our
Latinos. It's an ex-wife. If I could give her back, I could. I would throw it right back at you.
And according to the MSM, the Latinos are racist now, so they're welcome in the ethno state.
Racist now. We always did. We've been. The thing is, the difference is that we're allowed to be racist because I could just go back to, hey, I'm a person of color too,
Not anymore.
So I got free N-word pass.
Not anymore. Since so many of you voted for Trump, you're officially white supremacists now, which means you have to be white, and you no longer you get to enjoy your white privilege now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Enjoy it. Hey, the mainstream media just constantly attacking you and calling you evil. You love that privilege, right?
It's really quite a privilege. It really is.
But you know what? It's so funny that I always look at, you see where you see like most wanted for FBI. It's like you see like the darkest Hispanic, and it's like white, Hispanic, white. That's how they pad the numbers, It's insane. It's like an Indian dude from Dubai. It's like white Indian guy.
Oh yeah.
That guy white. Or when it's Muslims, it's like Asians. Bro, that guy ain't an Asian. That guy's not Asian, What the hell is that?
Like what you mean Asian, okay? Are you trying to pretend he's Oriental? No, okay. We know your game.
Yeah.
Seriously though, you look at the FBI crime stats and it's like you look at white and then there's like you scroll over and there's another category and it's like non-Hispanic white, and it's like, oh, okay, you factor that in. It's like suddenly the numbers change completely.
Yeah.
Like it's like what weird how they kind of it's like, oh, it's race and then it's ethnicity. So it's like race where Hispanics and whites are grouped in with the same category. It's like, oh, but if you want to break it down into ethnicity and Hispanics, it's suddenly non-Hispanic white is. Like a very, very specific category there.
When it's their benefit. If it's not, then everybody's the same,
Yeah, just like a certain small hat tribe.
Depends on the point they're trying to make. Yeah.
It's like, hey, I'm white whenever it's convenient, and then whatever, I'm not white. I'm a minority. I'm Jewish. I'm a minority. What do you mean?
Exactly.
I'm a victim.
Yep.
My ancestors did not own the transatlantic slave trade. I don't know what you mean.
So you get the shape-shifting power. The difference is they can
like
do it
my,
when it's
my
good
fellow
for them.
whites, right?
They can do
fellow
it.
Whites.
They can do it when it's good for them,
team.
but you can only do it when it's good for them.
Dude, like it's so funny. Like for me, it started like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. That I started really noticing, and I started going like, damn, that actor's like everybody, everybody who you see is like,
oh god, the actors.
That guy, really? That guy,
You look at the actors, that will red pill you more than anything. Where it's like, wow, it's like
Natalie Portman,
60% of them, 70. Yeah. I don't know what the number is.
You're like, wait a minute. When they talk about white people are overrepresented in the government, well, if you treat them as separate, then it's like, oh wow, actually white people are underrepresented. And there's one particular group that's incredibly overrepresented.
Not in basketball,
Right? Not in basketball. That's right. They're not winning any basketball championships. That's for sure.
Yeah. Still got golf and hockey and rugby. Don't forget rugby, you know.
Rugby. That's right. Golf, hockey, rugby. I don't know. Tiger Woods was making some inroads, so I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
Make myself some Ovaltine really quick.
Drink your Ovaltine.
I got a fucking 2-gallon jug here. I'm filling up with. It's got some spoiled milk in there, some piss. I'm gonna piss in it some more because I don't feel like walking out to the bathroom.
Nice. Throw a little Ovaltine in that. You're good to go.
No, dude, this is gonna be it's a projectile for if I get pissed off at another trucker on the highway, I can chug it at him. Chuck it at him.
Rest stop, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you travel cross country?
Yeah, dude.
What's your favorite state?
I don't fucking know, dude. It's all the same shit. Texas.
Take that better highways.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In a lot of miles, so you make a lot of money going across it. So, Hot Stuff. We were talking about your name there. Is that a play off the Richard Spencer burger?
Yeah, it's like my third account. And, you know, my first account was caramelized onions. And then that one got nuked. So, you know, I went with Hot Stuff, you know?
Yeah, that was the one I was forgetting
my
about.
First account. That one,
onions. Go on, talk about the Richard Spencer
That was the
burger.
first one. And I had the... Yeah, and I had the
roasted mushrooms.
Yeah, I remember this kid, Young Royper, was the first one who made one for me. He was the one that made the Richard Spencer one.
And Swiss,
he did it live on his. Yeah, he did it on his D-Live channel, like live. He drew it out for me. He
Nice.
sent it. I put it on. Yeah, then I came back as Hot Stuff, and then I had to do Hot Stuff 1488.
I thought it was.
I'm on that one. And I'm about to hit like 1,000 followers. I've never been there, so I think I'm gonna get nuked pretty soon. You know.
I thought it was that song. I want some hot stuff, baby. This
Yeah.
You're like, no, it's Richard Spencer burgers. Yeah. That's what's wrong.
No, and then what's funny was that
I do have to say Richard Spencer does have good taste in burgers.
Yeah.
Imagine explaining that to
a good.
Imagine explaining that to a normie. It's like, oh, is that from that song? It's like, no, it's from this guy.
Who voted for Biden, you know?
Yeah, voted for Biden, but he's also like,
but he's also racist. Yeah.
He's a fag and he's racist and he's in the Klan or
gay,
something.
But he
I
won't
don't know.
admit it.
Hey, whatever happened to Molyneux? I used to love his egg carton jokes, you know?
They
gassed him off of YouTube and Twitter, so.
God damn.
I think he's still on BitChute.
I mean, he had his own radio station, so he's probably still doing okay with that. But yeah it's like unless these people who talk about censorship, well, they kick you off YouTube, and they're just
it's not me until it is you, you know.
Well, they're cooking their own goose because that's actually going to have the reverse effect, and it's like, no, it's not. You know, like, come on, let's not pretend it's not extremely effective.
I watched them for like a couple weeks in like 2013, and then it was just he got too much for me. You know what I mean? I'm like, I can't watch this guy anymore.
He was
no
all right.
What that guy's philosophy is, but I like the carton egg joke.
He was all right,
That's
but
the only
like
way I know the guy.
Once I followed him, even in 2013 when YouTube was still pretty good, you know.
The carton egg joke.
Bro, that shit was also bad.
I've never heard that.
The reaction is that you get a girl like from Instagram or whatever that thinks she's hot shit, and you just post an empty carton of eggs and don't say anything. Bro, they will blow up like, you motherfuckers! I can't believe you would go that far to offend, bro.
What?
Well, especially the ones that are like 40 years old. That's the idea. Because then they're eggs. Because women have a certain amount of eggs.
Okay, I just got.
So when they get to 40, they hit the wall. You know, I mean,
I got it.
What can you do? They hit the wall. You know, and it's just placing a carton of eggs empty is just such a a great metaphor. So I know that guy for that joke,
Yeah. Yeah, that joke was good.
Back from what's the name of that Taylor Swift, I think. Like he posted on her and he got attacked by all her fans,
See, like back in like 2013 when I watched it, because he always titled his videos "The Truth About Blah Blah Blah." So when whatever something happened and you try to be like,
yeah,
because you want to find the truth about because I wanted to hear all the conspiracy takes on it, not the whatever,
yeah.
Not just some moron talking about it, or probably some moron talking about it, but talking about it from the conspiracy perspective. And so I type in the truth about whatever it was, and then you get him. And so, the first few videos you're like cool, but then you realize, and you follow him, then you realize he puts out like fucking 20 videos a day, and
yeah, for sure. And what about
smug piece?
What about that Professor
asshole.
Peterson guy's daughter? Have you heard
Jordan
anything about
Peterson.
that blonde chick?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
that guy. That he's got a blonde daughter. Does she have an OnlyFans?
It's like ever since Joe Rogan moved to Spotify, like, because YouTube used to always, like, after every video, if it had autoplay on, then he'd go to fucking Joe Rogan. But now they go to fucking old videos of Jordan Peterson all the fucking time. And I'm like,
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
I'm like, God damn it, I don't want to watch this fucking asshole. Stop it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he had like that one good interview with the blonde lady that he stumped her, and she's like, oh. Like you can tell in real time she froze up.
Well, Jordan Peterson was another one. He was cool for like a week. You know what I mean?
When that happened with the blonde lady, that he's like, oh, if you can get offended, then you can't risk anything. So you've offended me. And she was like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. And she just froze up,
Right.
Yeah, that was like his highlight,
Yeah, that was definitely his highlight. And like Jordan Peterson just basically mostly stated the obvious, which I guess at the time was when the whole woke
people hadn't
shit was
heard it
getting...
in such a long time,
Right.
Ever since like the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
So we were like, oh shit, I should clean my room. Wow,
Oh, I need to wash
bestseller,
my penis.
Oh shit! If I shower, I might get a girl. Oh, yeah.
What a concept!
Be that cool,
And they came out with that intellectual dark web crap,
Ruben Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
David
I don't know
Ruben,
how Ben Shapiro
Jordan
wasn't even cool.
Peterson, Knowles, Kavlin. Bro, we had such hope for Kavlin until he threw Nick under the bus, What the fuck? He was like, no cookie jokes, Like, fuck, all right.
And Ben Shapiro was just never cool. Like,
you know what? I gotta confess, I liked that guy for like 6 months until,
Yeah.
Then I went to Nick, and now I'm like all the way past that,
Yeah.
And it's like, I actually bought, which I'm sitting right in front of, a signed copy of a Ben Shapiro book called The Right Side of History. Fucking with a dedication like signed to. Oh my god. I've been thinking what to do with the book,
Right.
Like during the whole time, when Nick but he confronted Shapiro in front of the hotel, that whole exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna send it to Nick, like, here, have a signed book from Ben Shapiro. I was like, so I don't know. I have it there like a doorstop,
I sent the picture to chat.
It's
a super hat.
The super hat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You got your Peterbilt hat on top of it. That's awesome. Oh. I don't know how much longer I'm going to make it tonight, boys, because...
Don't worry. We'll do it next week.
Yeah.
For sure. I'll be less busy. No cats to adopt,
Yeah, I'm gonna get off. I gotta get some sleep. I got a load to pick up in the morning, so.
And it's
All right,
Take it
gentlemen.
it's
easy,
6
guys.
o'clock in the morning here, so
Watching the sun come up. All right.
Right.
Take it easy.
All right, guys. You have a good night.
All right, you too. I'll go ahead and play our theme song, and I'll start the theme song, and then I'll distribute the chest on D Live.
Jacob, are you over?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, see you.
Texas won't let me in. I ain't gonna be here long. Not afraid I'm going. I ain't gonna be here long, Lord. I ain't gonna be here unhealthy the way that I live. My liver's gone, my lungs are shot, my heart's about to give. But I ain't gonna let that bother me, no. So I'm drinking, smoking, gun to rebel son. I ain't gonna let that bother me, no, Lord. So I'm drinking, smoking, gun to rebel son. I ain't gonna be here long.